Good morning, all. In this life, we cannot do great things. We can only do small things with great love. With the words of Mother Teresa, I, Veena, on behalf of Sri Aurobindo College, is pleased to welcome you all for the second day national webinar, third technical session on the topic. Good morning, all. In this life, we cannot do great things. We can only do small things with great love. With the words of Mother Teresa, I, Veena, on behalf of Sri Aurobindo College, is pleased. Once again, I welcome you all for the second day national webinar, third technical session on the topic, Digital Education, New Frontier in Learning. Education is evolving due to the impact of internet. We cannot teach our students in the same manner in which we were taught. Technology can become the wings that will allow the educational world to fly further and faster than ever before. Today, digital education is playing a huge role in encouraging education and widening its reach to the most remote areas and most untouched people on the globe. A person who desires to learn can learn from any part of the world. He doesn't even need to leave his room. So we all should understand the importance of education, science, technology, and innovation in our day-to-day lives and the ways in which they are transforming the world. Today, I am honored to welcome resource person for the third technical session, Shushma R. Rao. Madam has been associated with the Department of Media Studies, Vijaya College, Jayanagara, as an assistant professor from the last 17 years. She has served on the board of various universities in different capacities. She has been a member of Board of Studies, Bangalore University, Bengaluru City University, Maharani Cluster University. As a member of Board of Examiners and question paper setter, she has been associated with various universities. She has also presented papers in numerous national and international academic seminars and has published in many academic UGC care journals. She has also worked as radio jockey, communications consultant with Enable Excellence. She has also been training students for GRE, IELTC, GMAT, SAT, and also training students on soft skills and is an exemplary language coach. Welcome you, ma'am. I also extend a warm welcome to the moderator Tyagarajan sir, who has over 50 years of industry experience and more than 30 years of teaching experience. He has also undergone training with EDI Ahmedabad. Sir is also a Rotarian and doing social service active. Welcome you, sir. I also welcome Ms. Manisha Shukla, founder and MD of Pragyata Technologies Private Limited, who will be taking us through their product Education Plus, which is an innovative education management software. Welcome you, Manisha, madam. I would like to extend a special welcome to our honorable members of management, Rajajinagar Education Societies. Welcome you all, sir. I heartily welcome our beloved principal, Dr. Shailaja madam, the lifeblood of our college, who works more in planning the betterment of students and college. Welcome you, ma'am.
Thank you.
It's my pleasure to welcome all the distinguished participants, officials representing various colleges, universities, my dear colleagues and students. Welcome you all. I believe that by participating in this technical session, we are in the right place and right time. Together, let us accelerate the exchange of ideas and scaling up of good practices. I'm confident that you will find new ideas, fresh energy, and novel partnerships to sustain your efforts to improve the academic achievements and digital literacy of all students. Once again, I welcome you all and wish you all a very successful third technical session. I request now Shushma madam to take over the session.
Thank you, Veena ma'am. Good morning, everyone. I thank the management, principal, and staff of Sri Aurobindo College for letting me and inviting me to share my views on digital education. I think in the present scenario, there is nothing more relevant than the present topic. I think there is this want of digitalization that has left no domain untouched in the present world. I'll now take you through the history of digital education Along way, we look into the trends in digital education and how digital education is revolutionizing every single aspect of our life. Is my screen visible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes. Yes, ma'am. It's visible.
Quote, you can't teach people everything you need to know. The best you can do is position them where they can find what they need to know when they need to know it. Unquote. Semyor Perret, MIT mathematician, educator, and computer scientist. Learning is a universal process. We, as human beings, are eternally involved in the learning cycle. The focus on classroom learning is as old as our culture itself. The focus, as far as we can look back in history, has been on traditional chalk and blackboard learning pedagogies. These methodologies have remained intact even with the introduction of add-ons along the way. In fact, if we look at the history of digital education in India, we look back as far as the first SITE experiment before the introduction of television in India. It was about using audiovisual mediums for the benefit of teaching aids in classrooms. For those of us who are aware of what exactly SITE is all about, we will understand that SITE actually started with the Ford Foundation project, which introduced a lot of television sets in schools to get these school children to understand reading and writing better. In fact, audiovisual mediums were used as far as probably for the 5th grade children to get the geography lessons to be understood better. These methodologies have remained so very intact with us that even today, we try to use these mediums in a different way. In fact, the radio language learning sessions of IGNOU and collaborated sessions on Doordarshan is something the 90s kids like myself can identify with. Gnanavani was one in the long list of add-ons which was facilitating the learning process. Larry Cuban, in his book, Teachers and Machines in 1986, interesting analysis of film, radio, and television use in teaching. In this analysis, he speaks about how all three were introduced with considerable excitement about learning and teaching possibilities. It was thought that each would open up the classroom to the rest of the world and revolutionize education. Yet, despite this hype, all three were used in a limited way in teaching and learning. Here, the main difference was that the expectations about all these realities of the classroom, teaching and learning. If we look a little further from the writings of behavior theorists like Goodman, we can understand how ineffective these methodologies were, particularly because there was a problem with trickle down of technology. Some of the development theorists here talk about trickle-down technology. Trickle-down technology means that wherever there is a particular technology that comes in, only the elitists get it first, and then it kind of trickles down the order to the bottom end of the class order itself. In 1994, there was a paradigm shift as ISRO provided the teleconferencing facility at ISRO headquarters in New Delhi for the first time. It was a one-way video, two-way audio communication through phone line, and was providing for the live interaction for learners. The teleconferencing facility was a booster for a large number of online courses like management studies, computer science, especially for teacher training in India. For several years, a large number of educational institutions and various programs provided by the government and private organizations were utilizing the service of teleconferencing provided by ISRO at the IGNOU headquarters. In the year 2000, the teleconferencing got the recognition as an official education channel from the Gnanadarshan platform. Along with other channels of Gnanadarshan, it was then made available in the DTH and the DD Interactive channel. There was still the need for two-way video communication to be fulfilled. In fact, in 2005, an effort was made by ISRO in collaboration with the Emmett Hardy and IGNO in this regard, with the launching of the EduSat satellite designed by our late APJ Abdul Kalam during his tenure as President of India. Despite all the effort, EduSat could not fulfill the need as expected, as the communication technology was not yet developed for this sort of an initiative. Today, we're also used to doing a teleconferencing thing with WhatsApp. We do video calls and stuff. But in 2021, I think we find it very easy. But if we look back even 15 years ago, it was a big challenge to establish a two-way video communication between one to many. If we jump through the time spectrum onto the internet-fueled millennium, we see a great deal of success in computer-offered tutoring programs, games, electronic reference material, word processing, and database tools that could be integrated into teaching. The last 1 year has taught the world the importance of new learning spaces, digital learning frontiers. COVID-19 pandemic has briefly disrupted our education system in India. The existing digital resources were leveraged to maintain continuity in students' education. The government has also been encouraging online education to achieve academic continuity. Today, combined with central government's nod, new digital technologies have succeeded in bringing learning to the reader's fingertips. The digital media campaign, with its renewed focus on education, is a welcome step towards the faster development of the education sector. Online education is also receiving its due importance in the new education policy. The situation has shed new light on the proliferation of digital technologies and bringing radical changes in the way education is being delivered and received. The outreach of educational programs is improving day by day with the digitalization of education. Digital education is providing both the teachers and students new opportunities to teach and learn, thereby ensuring greater participation in the overall learning process. The government's push for e-learning reinforces the efforts of online education providers to improve both learners and educators, create more engaging learning experiences, and foster personal development. With the push, students will also realize that the accessibility to great teachers can take their learning to the next level. Going forward, the e-learning space will witness new developments with respect to unconventional methods of learning. Availability of unique courses across categories will encourage students to expand the breadth of the content they consume. In fact, gamification will ensure that the learning process is more interactive and fulfilling. Students will be able to set goals, measure their progress, and celebrate their learning achievements. Live interaction between students and educators can offer personalized learning experience that will benefit students even in the remote areas as well as in crowded schools. Let's look at how the digital education is turning out to be the future of India. Digital education is going to be the key aspect of the upcoming education process in India. It is surprising to see how smart technologies are changing the overall education framework in the country. The diffusion of digital education into the local market is evolving fast. Affordable high-speed internet and direct-to-device technologies are empowering even rural students to study courses online and improve their skills and knowledge. If we look a little deeper, we understand that the rural sector is, on the other hand, is currently battling with grave challenges such as outdated teaching methodology, shortage of teachers, inadequate student-teacher ratio, and insufficient teaching resources. However, with digitalization of education, students in educationally backward areas are being taught with the help of the latest teaching tools and methodologies, such as LCD screens, videos, etc. The technology is also helping teachers connect with students remotely spread across several locations at one time. Interactive digital media will certainly help in addressing the shortage of teachers in the country in the near future. Moreover, the National Education Policy in subsection 24.2 of section 23 speaks about how the benefits of digital education cannot be leveraged unless the digital divide is eliminated through concerted efforts. With the advent of tools such as smart boards, MOOCs, tablets, laptops, etc., we've seen how education is being transformed and is being imparted in schools and colleges. The Internet of Things, or as we call it, the IoT, is further proving to be one of the most cost-effective ways to educate young minds. It is also a very powerful system to integrate a world-class learning experience for everyone. The edutech companies are constantly working to find innovative solutions to increase access to education by people who are for people who are currently struggling to get proper education facilities. According to some surveys, the population of young people from across the world having taken online courses in the past is ever expanding. I think the pandemic in itself also tells during the pandemic how many of us went ahead and took online courses is innumerable, right? It's not just technology enabled proper curriculum based learning. It's every kind of learning that had a boost during this time. The best part about digital learning and digital education is that you can create resources just once and use it multiple times for the generation to come, saving on a lot of resources and efforts. At the same time, digital education empowers teachers to customize educational products based on personalized need of the individual learners. Digital education is also helping in pioneering the concept of collaborative learning, where all the minds can converge to create a unique learning experience that transcends national boundaries. Universities and colleges have launched digital tools to foster access to education online in order to bring social inclusion. Let's take a look at all the digital initiatives so far. The National Mission on Education through Information and Communication Technology, that is the NMEICT, leverages the potential of ICT to make teaching and learning process happen more easily for the benefit of all the learners in higher education institutions in anytime, anywhere mode. It has been instrumental in increasing the gross enrollment ratio in higher education. The study webs of active learning for young minds, young aspiring minds, or SWAYAM, an integrated platform. It is also offering online courses covering from as young as 9th to 12th standard to postgraduate level. There is the Swayam Prabha, which is providing 32 high-quality education channels through DTH around the clock. The National Digital Library of India, the NDL, is developing a framework of virtual repository of learning resources with a single window search facility. The Virtual Labs project, developing a fully interactive simulation environment, and eYantra is enabling effective education across engineering colleges in India on embedded systems. Robotics are important initiatives under it, contributing to the functioning of the Indian education system. We also have Pragyat Technologies, who have a platform called Education Plus, which you will see at the later part of the session. These are some of the initiatives that I just spoke about. Now, there are a lot of challenges that happen. It's easy to talk about initiatives that are happening through the government and also through private players, but there are a lot of challenges that also happen when it comes to any kind of a new innovation. Now, the difficulties here with any kind of a new innovation would be in terms of adoption. Change is extremely difficult and individuals accept it at different rates. In the fundamental work on how change occurs, Everett Rogers, a key development scholar, argued that people can be divided into 5 main categories in terms of how they accept change. Here, we see, as Rogers puts it, in his diffusion of innovation theory, the category of adopters are innovators, early adopters, early majority, late majority, and the laggards. Diffusion manifests itself in different ways and is highly subject to the type of adopters and innovation decision process. It's usually the opinion leaders who jump in and adopt an innovation. 90% of the time, whenever there is a new innovation that is expressed, whether it is in the healthcare system or in the education sector or in terms of any new technology for that matter, we always see this particular curve that is displayed on the screen is a reality. Now, in order to persuade the last of the end receivers or laggards on the learning spectrum, we need to look closely at what these digital platforms have to offer. They're trying to in order for digital education to work completely, we would want all these people inside the curve, to be accepting any new kind of an innovation that comes their way. Let's look at what all these digital platforms have to offer. The first would be personalized learning. The opportunity to assist students in learning at the best and pace, at the best path and pace is the most vital advantage of the digital education system. The one-on-one learning is the best example of personalized learning. One-on-one learning would be one teacher educating one person. However, this is extremely expensive and time-consuming. The conventional mode of learning creates a gap in the overall learning and frequently leads to a lack of interest among the students when they're not able to catch up with the rest of the class. In digital format, the educators can customize the curriculum based on the students' learning speed and capability. This is also extremely smart learning. The students are capable of analyzing what they require to learn, to search and use online resources. Digital learning enlarges their efficiency and productivity. Furthermore, to appealing students, digital learning tools and technology sharpens critical thinking skills. It is one of the most basic things for the growth of any kind of a systematic reasoning. Students also develop positive feelings of having mastered new knowledge and skills using digitalized learning tools. It offers them confidence that they require to want to learn newer things. Digital platforms work as great motivators. They offer good context and a greater sense of potential and is extremely appealing more than any other educational process. The digital learning permits students to better connect with the learning material. The digital learning also expands learning opportunities so that the students can grasp the fact that learning occurs at various levels in several places. Digital learning also allows this varied learning opportunity at greater speed. Students learn many new things from digital tools and technology. The digital education system makes self-assessment much more transparent and informative with real-time examination of performance and auto-generated reports. It offers the students the capability to measure their performance in detail and come up with relevant solutions on their part. Digital learning can be self-directed when students learn online. They eventually get to their full potential, researching a topic completely and get extremely useful information by browsing through a lot of relevant information online. It creates a very high engagement rate. The digital education provides a wide variety of options for students to learn from. The limitless availability of images and video content, virtual reality, interactive sessions, and many more make digital learning methods more engrossing and smooth for students to grasp. Let's now look at some of the latest trends in digital education in India. The first one would be something that we're all extremely familiar with, that is the social media. Social media as a learning tool has progressed in a big way today. Many teachers and students use social media as an integral part of the whole e-learning experience. It is a vital platform these days to exchange information about important issues. Apart from being able to share information anywhere, anytime, social media properties are also a great source of generating networking opportunities to build social activities and prospective employment on a cost-effective basis. With the advent of interactive devices such as flipped classrooms, mobile apps, learning is no longer confined to a traditional classroom setup. The learning process of the millennials is being rewired with innovative digital aids. Various educators are coming up with interactive learning modules using the best of technology. Sitting at one location, people can collaborate with others spread across the globe to work on assignments and projects. Similarly, the scope of teaching is not just limited to a particular geography or location. It is no longer a regional affair, but follows global developments. In fact, education institutions that believe that providing digital education is crucial for their long-term survival and growth. In fact, if we look at it closely with the introduction of NEP, collaborated learning is going to be the latest trend of the day. When we look back and analyze the lessons that we learned from the pandemic hit learning spheres, what we can understand is that we can see that there's a need to design an effective online curriculum or a blended curriculum that takes advantage of the technology and opportunities it offers. But likewise, doesn't just bombard people with screen time that actually results in a negative impact on their well-being. The many recommendations of the new national education policy seems to be heading towards the right place. In other words, it's pretty challenging to place work in a virtual learning environment and encourage students to access online resources. But we are not yet fully utilizing and embedding technology in a transformational way that is starting to change practice. Here is where employing new and upcoming applications whose usage gives a cutting-edge advantage to the others comes to focus. In conclusion, I would say that the warp speed progress of digital transformation in education has also highlighted the need for greater support for educators when it comes to integrating new technologies into their teaching. The challenge here is to embrace these technologies in a truly transformative way. Both the teachers and students need safe spaces that can enable safe learning spheres in today's environment. Looking further ahead, intelligent tutoring system which aim to provide immediate and customized instruction or feedback to learners will be the next step. In a world of live streamed learning, what the world needs is good vision, an open mind, sincere efforts, and a positive attitude towards new learning frontiers. Thank you. We will now have Ms. Manisha Shukla, founder and MD, Pragyat Technologies Private Limited, who will be taking us through their product Education Plus, which is an innovative education management software. Thank you.
Hi, good morning, everybody. A very warm good morning to all the family of Aurobindo College. And we are very thankful that we could be a part of your webinar. We had a very good exposure and we had a very good learning experience with all you academicians. I would like to take you through our product, Education Plus. I would like to share my screen now. So we are called Pragyat Technologies. We are an edtech startup. There was a lot of talk about startups in Bangalore, and Bangalore is ranked 26th in the as a startup capital of India. Also, we have something called as a Koramangala syndrome, where most of the startups in Bangalore have actually originated from some coffee days or some cafes in Koramangala. Coincidentally, we also had ideated about this in Koramangala. So we are also a result of the Koramangala syndrome. Let's look at, we have talked a lot about digital education in the last 30 minutes. As India is changing, the education sector is changing in India. There is a lot of policy changes, and we all know that this webinar is about the NEP, and the changes in this sector are leading to a lot of changes for the educators, for the academicians, for the learners. I would like to take you through a video which is a UNICEF's video on learning platforms. There is a bit of French, there is an English subtitle there. However, there is a bit of English there. I would like to take you through that video first.
Le français est une langue étrangère, mais c'est très important d'apprendre le français en Mauritanie. Mais les gens, ils créent ces idées qui sont fautives, que le français c'est difficile. Bon, contrairement, c'est très facile, avec des efforts, avec d'être curieux, d'apprendre.
Ici en Mauritanie, en général, la langue française c'est une langue intermédiaire, c'est une langue de travail. Là où on travaille, on peut trouver la langue française.
On a constaté qu'après un an de scolarisation, certains enfants n'arrivaient pas à maîtriser la description ou certaines choses qu'on est censé maîtriser au bout d'un an. Grâce au projet Akélus, les enfants soit apprennent le français pour intégrer l'école, soit améliorent leur niveau de français pour suivre leurs études.
Le mois de septembre, l'année passée, 2019, ici, on monte le matin tous les jours. Je ne connais même si l'alphabet. Je ne connais pas ABCD.
Les élèves sont déterminés parce qu'ils viennent de loin. Et encore, il y a des gens qui sont un peu grands. Ils pensent à leur avenir.
Le fait qu'on introduise la plateforme Akélus dans la classe, cela permet de dynamiser le cours, ça permet d'introduire d'autres supports, de dégayer un petit peu la classe à travers les chansons, les jeux. Ça rend l'apprentissage plus ludique.
C'est bien pour écouter les mots et quand on revient à la maison, on peut réciter ça pour que là, on ne pas oublier ça.
Conducting research on digital technologies and their use in education is incredibly important because what has become clear in recent years is that the mere introduction of a tablet or a piece of hardware doesn't have much of an impact on children's actual learning. It's how you actually use that digital technology and integrate it within an education system for the use of teachers and learners.
On ne peut pas avancer sans la nouvelle technologie parce que tout le monde travaille avec. Bon, mais quand même, c'est bien qu'on peut intégrer les méthodes classiques. Et encore, on utilise les ardoises, on fait encore des regroupements, on travaille avec des dessins, avec des affichages, des coupages. Et là encore, les enfants aiment trop ça parce que c'est des pratiques, ils aiment pratiquer des choses parce qu'ils s'intéressent à ça.
In Mauritania, we collect data from teachers and students giving feedback on how they're using the program within their classrooms, as well as different challenges that they face. Using the data, we're able to inform ongoing decisions in the partnership itself and how the program works and achieves outcomes.
Grâce aux statistiques du bureau de l'UNICEF de Chelty, on a pu constater que les filles étaient plus assidues et que les filles obtenaient de meilleurs résultats que les garçons. À partir du moment où on a constaté ça, on a décidé de travailler davantage avec les garçons, d'impliquer davantage les garçons et d'encourager les filles aussi parce qu'elles peuvent être fières de meilleurs résultats et d'être plus sérieuses que les garçons en classe.
Through ongoing research, we're able to make insights that can help improve the implementation of the program as it scales to new contexts. For instance, fairly early on in the program, it was easy to see that there was a great need to invest heavily in developing the program to be offline, and this subsequently allowed for its use across a number of different settings where delivering the program offline was a necessity.
Le fait que la plateforme soit disponible hors ligne, je dirais c'est non seulement un avantage, mais c'est vraiment indispensable. C'est une première en Mauritanie, l'introduction d'un outil numérique en classe. C'est une première donc pour les enseignants et pour les élèves. Le fait que la plateforme Akélus se développe en Mauritanie, c'est un très grand avantage pour la population, en fait, pour les Mauritaniens.
Moi, j'aimerais être un cardiologue. Dans mon pays, il n'y a pas assez de cardiologues. Je pense qu'il y a 3 ou 4. Ces pauvres-là, ces gens qui sont démunis, qui n'ont rien, ça m'intéresse parce que c'est le fait d'aider ces gens. C'est de la civilisation encore, c'est de l'humanité encore.
I think most of us would be able to. Just a second, I think there is an issue. I think most of us would be able to correlate to this photo as on today, because most of our learning has moved to being digital. And I think, many of the students in this webinar would be able to correlate that this is how their graduation photo might look like. Some of the students whom I interacted with yesterday, I could see that, most of their learning is now on the, digital platforms. So, in the ever-changing world, technology has always, earlier when technology was looked as a barrier, but now in this pandemic times, technology is looking like more of an enabler. Technology has made our lives much, much more easier. There was a time when, digital payments were very new to many of us, but today, even villages across India have digital payment options, where people during the pandemic times have understood that, there are things which technology can enable. Yes, at the same time, there are certain things which are conventional, which cannot be completely eradicated. But at the same time, technology can be one thing which can enable ease of, life. How many of us can correlate that, that there was a time during pandemic, then there were lockdowns, we were away from our loved ones, but still we had video sharing platforms, we had WhatsApp, we had Telegram, and many other messaging platforms where we could actually speak to our loved ones, see them, talk to them, and still feel connected. Many of us cannot imagine our lives without the OTT platforms today. This is the same, like how these things have evolved and technology has been an enabler there. It's the same way that the education sector is also evolving. We all live in a hyper collaborated world. We are all connected. We're all on Insta. We're all on Facebook, on LinkedIn. We are everywhere. So it's a time when, we all need to understand that, technology is going to be a part and parcel of our lives. As we talked about earlier as well, as I also mentioned that, technology is an enabler. In the section 23 and 24 of the National Education Policy 2020, there is a mention about how digital learning platforms can enable students and teachers to teach better and students to learn better. So technology itself is going to play an important role in the education processes, its outcomes, how the education processes can be digitized. Now, a couple of years back, we would always prefer to have, the hard copy of our, ID proofs. But now there is a digital locker, there is a digital platform on which you can have them at any point in time. And also the security of your documents is also taken care of. So as such, technology plays an important role in our lives now. So there has been, the pandemic has actually taught us that the education platforms are the ones which go forward. They will always support us in learning at any time, anywhere. Also, there's Shushma also mentioned there's a lot of content which is available on the on these platforms. There is a customized content available. There is readily available content which can be accessed by the learners, by the educators, by the academicians, and taken forward. One thing which we also saw during the video is there can never be a replacement of offline mode of learning, because that's the best mode of learning for a child, especially in the early years of their childhood. But as we understand in the current times, a completely offline model would not work. So there has to be also, as the kids grow up, the students have to equip themselves with technology, and also not be left out from the world. So as we go to universities outside India, there are platforms which are available. There is online learning in the class itself. So there is live learning in the class. So for this, India also has to evolve and have a blended model of an online learning as well as an offline learning. However, there are certain risks. We understand that there is screen time. There are challenges in terms of technology itself, the availability of the network, latency, and many other things. But we should understand, acknowledge those risks, and take the learning curve forward. One thing which Sushma also talked about is the digital divide. India is a very vast country, and we have people from across the economic scale. So that is one thing which we all have to work towards, is ensure that the digital divide is minimal, and the students and the learners from the rural areas are also able to access the learning content. Also, students need to take a lot of assessments when during their tenure of learning, from maybe a preschool till the time they graduate or postgraduate, where there are different kinds of assessments which are done by the teacher, by the teachers, and the learners take it. Sometimes it's a face-to-face, like a YY exam, or it's sometimes a written exam, it's sometimes a multiple choice question exams. So these are different kinds of assessments that the students go through all their learning life cycle. These are also enablers, and these are the things which technology can actually help in doing, and that is one thing which our product also offers, which I'll take you a little bit later. Other things are digital infrastructure has to be ready, which I think there is a lot of support from the government, both the central as well as the state governments, to create that digital infrastructure for the colleges as well as for the schools, the virtual labs, the infrastructure for trainings, because not everybody is tech savvy. So there are these training infrastructure also needs to be set up for training the educators, training the students, also training students from the younger classes how to ensure that they can use technology optimally. So, having talked about so much about technology as an enabler, we Pragya Technologies have a product called Education Plus. It's a futuristic education management solution. It has all the features that we have just now talked about as a technology as an enabler. So it is for the management teams of the institutions and the schools. It is for the administrative teams. It is for the educators. It is for the learners, which are all the students. It is also for the parents who would want to see, how their child is performing. That's something which, as a parent, I would also want to know how my child is performing. I would also want to know how on each of the tests, or how on each of the class assignment he is performing. How is he performing in the class? I would like to see. So it is there in our product called Education Plus. It's an education management solution. We have one thing which we talked about earlier also was, the availability of the content. So each institution is specific, and each institution wants their learners to learn in a specific way, and that's the best way that they have devised for their students. And that is what is the, core of each educational institution. So we have an option to have the integrated course material in the app, which is specific to each of the institution. Also, there are dashboards which the educators as well as the management teams can decide as to what they would want to see. Those dashboards are available. Kind of reporting is available. Also, there is a evaluation mechanism. So each of your tests can be evaluated, and you could get results then and and there you can see the performance of the students on the, on a real-time basis. And there is it's a cloud-based solution, cloud-based SaaS solution. It helps to ensure that, the latency of access is minimal, and we provide 99.99% uptime. We also give you data analytics on a real-time basis, because it's a cloud-based solution. It's available readily on the on your tab, on your Android devices, on your iOS devices, and it is also you can access our application via the Android TV as well. So it's more of a real-time solution. It gives you the educators an option to be able to take live classes, share content, also share video content, web links. They can share PDFs. They can share also based on what content is being shared. The application would also give you recommendations on what content can also be shared. So, it gives an educator an edge to, teach their students. The students will have all this content. They can access it at any time on any of the devices. They can learn, they can, they can take tests. They can also look at what is happening in their college or institution at one place. The management teams can look at, the overall big picture of their college for the principals as well as the vice chancellors. So as I said, our solution has an integrated learning platform. So, we enable learning on all the platforms, which is Android, iOS, and Android TV. We have created the learning solution in such a way that, the assignments can be sent to the students. Also, specific assignments can be sent to specific students. It can be, like half of the class attends a particular set of questions, half of the class attends another set of questions. The teachers will be able to understand the gaps in the learning of the students, and based on that, again, go ahead and give more attention to the students who need, different kind of a learning process. Also, this platform will enable them to conduct live classes. All these classes will be recorded. They can be accessed at any point in time. Now these tests are all online, so they can be accessed online. Also, there is an option of an offline test, so that the real comprehension capabilities of the learners are not compromised on. So the platform also offers this. There's an all-round teaching. Parents, teachers, and students can, on the go learn, on the go see how things are happening, and with the learning curve. So as I said, the content from your college, from your educators would be available. The application can create tests, and the educators can also verify the test. This application is automatically created and go ahead and share it with their students. Also, there is an inbuilt mechanism to evaluate at every step. Even a small assessment can be, a 2 or 3 question assessment can also be shared. It can be reviewed, and the results can be published, which would be available, which would lead to an overall average assessment of the student. So we look forward to all many of you connecting back to us. You can contact us on the numbers which are flashing here. You can contact us at sales@pragyat.com as well. Thank you so much. I open the forum for questions.
Eirik, thank you, Manisha madam. Now I request Tyagarajan sir to take over the session. Tyagarajan sir, please. Tyagarajan sir, now I request Tyagarajan sir, moderator of the technical session.
Yeah. Both of you have made a very wonderful insight into digital education. So I will go in the same order as the speakers have talked about. I have some few observations and my own questions to it. Maybe we'll throw open this to the audience for their question. If there are any questions have come in chat box. Maybe we can consolidate and select the questions which are very relevant. So good morning, all of you. And thanks the organizers for giving me this opportunity. Professor Sushma, your talk was very scintillating. I learned a lot of things from your talk, right from evolution till present day. And you have aptly selected the digital education. Now, in digital technology, we always use abbreviations and short forms. So DigiEd TED Talk, something like that. DigiEd, New Frontiers in Education, is a present day everyone is worried about. This technology comes and it stays, it won't go. That means it is universal, whether it is applicable in India or in any other country, it is the same. And then it will not die because there are a lot of updations will be happening. So therefore, technology will always be immortal. We have to try to adjust to the technological changes. The perpetuity of this technologies makes us to understand, learn, relearn, upgrade our skills. And this becomes a concept of both for the faculty and also for the students to get the training quite frequently. Ladies and gentlemen, very good morning. And I welcome for the second day webinar conducted by Sri Aurobindo College, jointly with the BUT CCM, Bhuttam, that is the Teachers Association. I'm grateful and highly honored and humbled for this opportunity. I have some observations. Retired teachers recall the days of yore when a chalkboard was the main method of displaying lessons. Now, faculty members have to change their mindset. We don't use now either a board or a chalk. So we use a digital pad for that. Maybe iPad or whatever the technology that we have. And we try to motivate students as a mentor and facilitator. So we don't teach now. We have now become a slightly elevated student-centric way of teaching. Faculty members have to adjust themselves to the online system. They have already adjusted. If you see initial hiccups that we had when the pandemic came, we are all afraid. What will happen if this is done like this? What will happen if my server is not working or bandwidth is not there? So we always, trust the students. We always believe the student that they are interested in attending the classes. So the technology has taken over most of the time that we used to prepare notes and other things. Now it has become easy and we can preserve it for a long period. There was a system, both faculty members and the parents used to scold, or they used to say that mobile phones, computers, laptops, tabs, recording, video, etc. is too much of a thing for a student, and more so for primary schools. And I've established many have established their own studios. Unfortunately, none of us we have a studio of our own. So it won't cost much. Always we think establishing a studio means like a film studio. It is not required. With the existing infrastructure that you have at your home, you can have a studio. You can keep on changing the background. You can also have a remote control and you can be talking and you can call somebody else by a click of a button. So that will become the order of the day. Everyone will have their own studio set up in their residences. So this has helped the student to study self. Self-study is the best study. They don't depend now much on teachers. So they have Google Baba for that matter. They consult the uncle Google and try to get information much faster than the parents and the faculty members. Mobiles, which were most disliked by parents and teachers. In fact, it was banned in some of the colleges. There was a barring facility for mobile using. So we used to impound a mobile phone if the student brings to the class. Now, the things have changed. We say, why did you not bring your phone, we'll say. It's so sudden, in a matter of 1 or 2 years, everyone is trying to have their own Android phones. Now, everyone will have at least 2-3 phones at home. So this has become part of our body, actually. It is a complement. So many people will send messages during night times. I get messages sometimes at 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock. Sometimes we consider that as a hindrance, but at the same time, it gives a lot of information for us to get ready for us. So we cannot live without these gadgets, and we have to use for 24/7. The teachers who were once considered as least technology savvy, they used to say teachers cannot operate computers. They do not know how to make the use of mobiles. Now it has changed completely. And in fact, academics are using more than any other person now with the technology. They are able to manage Zoom. They also learned how to create chambers, give multiple choice questions in the Zoom itself. Valuation is done automatically with the Google Form. So these things has helped the teachers. Most of the teachers are fast learners because basically teachers are students. So therefore they learn this easily, and also they try to get from the younger generation the latest technology that we have. So it has replaced now. Class has replaced with the Zoom, Google Classrooms, smart classrooms. We call whiteboard, green board. All these things have become very, very common. Madam was telling about technology adoption. I also agree. This is not only true in the case of education sector, it is also true in the case of corporates. Adopting a technology initially is much tougher. There will be a lot of objections to it. There will be a lot of resistance will be there because it is very expensive. That is the mindset that we have. Any technology, for that matter, is very expensive. Once upon a time, when mobiles were available for 3,000 rupees, we said it is expensive. And later on, we started buying that. They said 20,000 is very expensive. They started buying now 20,000. Apple, for example, which is costing around ₹1,00,000, appears to be expensive, but it has become a status symbol. So many people hold these gadgets with them. So both of them, both the teachers and the student, integration has to happen. The teachers, the classroom will be something like a fun. It cannot be a boredom. Earlier, it used to be a sort of boring. They will say, oh, this class, it is boring. I don't attend. Now it is interesting for them. If you show something like, some video or some your own developed videos, maybe classroom developed videos, ask the student to develop a video on his topic. They will do very well. In fact, much better than the faculty members. So that is how you have to encourage and make them to adjust to the technology. So with regard to some observations or questions, maybe I am not an expert. I am not a computer savvy because I am a teacher. Teachers are not computer savvy. That is a statement. But I do make some observation for my own knowledge. This question goes to Professor Sushma Rao. Always we say opportunities we get in adversities. So when there is an adversity, we have a lot of opportunity. So this technology has become the opportunity. How has this pandemic has changed the learning process? So we had to wear the mask, we had to talk. You know, there are a lot of things. If you call for a offline class, it becomes very difficult because you have to wear the mask. You have to tell the student to wear the mask. How we are telling earlier, switch off the mobile. Now we have to tell them to wear mask. Or have you put the sanitizer? Teacher has to keep on sanitizer bottle and give it to them when they enter. So how the teachers were able to manage this when the technology came in so sudden with an announcement that you should have a blended classroom. So how these teachers were able to adjust and how the students were able to take it? What are the reactions of the parents, because this is all work from home? We disturb the kitchen, we disturb the living room, and we have to also attend the classes. How student will get a concentration in understanding in an online classroom? So this is question for Sushma Rao.
So thank you so much. Very relevant observations there, I must tell you. And the question is extremely relevant because as a teacher, I am, my father was a teacher, so I can tell you from his generation to mine, I can see that we are no longer just teachers, we are facilitators. You're not just teaching in a classroom, you're just telling students that, see, there's a resource available here, there's a resource available there. This is the main thing about the resource, go make the best use of it. We have become facilitators in today's world. So if at all I have to add something to this entire thing to tell the student, how do you concentrate? There's a guy in this, there's a street vendor in my street going on yelling, there's something happening in the kitchen and I need to concentrate on this. I think which would be to be an excellent note taker. I wouldn't tell my students, I teach journalism. I don't tell my students to take screenshots all the time. I feel the traditional method of note taking, because your hands are moving, your brain's moving together. The only way you can keep up with whatever is happening in class is when people are making notes. I would say it's blended learning. You're seeing something that's happening on screen. There are 2-3 things happening. You're trying to take in everything. Along with that, to make sure that there is something that is going on with whether you're giving some kind of a reflex system to your brain also, so that you're taking down notes as well. That's the only way you can keep up. You can concentrate on what is happening. And so as far as teachers coping up with the changing mechanism, I feel change is the order of the day. You either change or you perish. That is the only way to exist now. So what is happening with us and how fast we kind of on to the entire thing. When we started, we were just doing Zoom classes, and we had just started with the teachers had to cope up with how to switch it on, switch it off. We were in that kind of a mode. But today you look at us, we are pros in everything in 1 year. So you can see that people are, in fact, I spoke about Lagarde and Rogers' theory of diffusion. We, from being Lagarde to becoming early adopters, I feel we Indians are the opinion leaders of the world. We took onto this technology like nobody else has. In fact, India has the highest of internet users in the world. And I'm sure the day is not very far away wherein you will see all rural schools, rural colleges using this. In fact, WhatsApp is something that people are hooked on to. So I'm sure digital technology is going to make sure that education system changes. We are very fast adopters. I hope I've answered your question, sir.
I know, I agree with you. But there is some allegation or apprehension that it kills the creativity, because the student will not be knowing the multiplication. If I ask the student, add up 8 plus 7, he takes the calculator. So earlier, it was not so. Even the multiplication for that matter, if I ask any student to multiply 3 and 4, they take time. they will not be able to give the multiplication properly. They have to see the, take the calculator or their mobile and give the answer. In the bargain, what happens? If they click the wrong number, the answer will be wrong. Garbage in, garbage out. It's a GIGO principle.
Yes,
so therefore, we cannot blame.
I would like to add something here. We also have bots like Alexa, Google, Hello Google, who would actually give you answers when you ask, like my kid was trying to do this, asking Alexa to give a solution to an addition. So that is where the NEP also says, and most of the edtech startups as well as the edtech platforms say that there are risks. There are risks that we should consider in and then take technology forward. Technology always is two-faced. It has its own positive, it has its own negatives. So we as parents, as educators, as learners should take a conscious call on how technology needs to be used. So that is why, as I said earlier also, it's a complete life cycle of learning, where the educator, the student, as well as the parents also need to understand what are the pros and cons of technology and then take things forward.
The unfortunate thing with this IBRS, they download the games. They are not interested in learning, but they download. When they are downloading, what they download, they will not be knowing also. There should be a constant supervision by the parents. But parents cannot give time because they are elsewhere.
I would probably add in...
One second, madam. They, in fact, give the mobile. They give the mobile and console the child. We only encourage them to use the mobile. Yes, ma'am.
I would add in what probably Churchill would say. Internet is extremely powerful, okay? So, and it's giving you a lot of power in your hands. One mobile can give you so much of power in your hands. So I would say that Churchill was right. Great power comes with great responsibility. You're giving power into somebody's hand. Get them to know that you better be responsible. As Manisha is putting, there's a lot of positive and negative. Understand what you're into and then venture in.
How digital learning is going to change our education system? How digital learning is going to change our education system?
So I would like to answer this. As I mentioned in my presentation as well, that digital learning has enabled learning at any time. Earlier, what used to happen was we would say, I as a student also said, I did not get my books. The book was not available. I could not study. And, there were multiple sets of these kind of, I went out on a trip and I could not study. So these were reasons which I could give at that point in time. But now my content is there right in my hand. I can learn at any time. Say I get time during the night, there is no disturbance. I can take my phone or I can take my tablet or I can take my laptop and study. I can study at anywhere. I have gone out on a trip, doesn't matter. My content is there in my hand. So it gives a lot of power in terms of learning content. But at the same time, there is a need that there has to be an blended learning, where there has to be a mix of an online and offline learning, which the UNICEF's video also talked about. It's their digital platform called Innovati. You can see more about it on the UNICEF's website. So there has to be a balance on both digital as well as offline learning. Yes, during the pandemic times, we cannot expect to have offline learning, but as time goes by, things get back to normal. There should be a blend of an offline and an online learning. So it would give that edge to the learners to go forward. That is what is our opinion.
Yes, I agree with you. But sometimes for the faculties, the blended learning will create a confusion. Which portion he has completed, which portion he has not completed, whether students have understood what I taught in online, or can I proceed with the offline? When I go back, connecting link will be a problem. They will not be able to relate it to what I have told in the online. And it's only an observation. I don't require any.
Yes. So I just want to add one thing here. Our platform provides that, like the teacher can take a real-time feedback on the daily class that he or she has taken, so that he or she would be able to evaluate how much is the understanding level of the students, and based on that take specific calls on how the teaching needs to progress. So that is something which our platform can help the educators do.
One last question, madam.
So I would just like to check with Veena ma'am. I think we have already shot 10 minutes.
I know. We'll finish it off. I understand. I also notice.
Okay, sir can continue for another 5 minutes. 5 minutes.
When you are developing this software, did you notice any technical major problems in your software?
Sir, yes. We went through, when we were developing this, we actually went through talking to a lot of educators, understanding their challenges. A couple of things which we understood, which we have also talked about during our presentations, is that yes, one is the change in the in the learning learning world, where the students and the students were more adaptable because they are more into technology than as compared to the teachers. So there was a reluctance, there was a bit of, I would not say reluctance, there was a bit of hesitance from the the teachers. But eventually that is something which we have to we have to address to. But over the last 1.5 years, things have drastically changed in terms of how the educators perceive technology. Also, one thing which we understood was that there are issues like technology related issues. There are like downtimes, there are like internet connectivity issues, there are server related issues, the hardware related issues. So that is why we have developed the platform in such a way that you can access it via internet directly. As I also mentioned earlier, we have a 99.99% uptime because our platform is on Google Cloud, and it gives the maximum uptime currently in the market. And we are also on a microservices based architecture in terms of technology, which enables to for the teachers or people who are using the application to feel that it is faster. Also, the only challenge that we actually perceive, which we have been working on also in terms of optimizing how our application would work. But at the same time, internet connectivity is something which we would, look into. So we are also recommending that, a minimum of 1 Mbps is needed while connecting. However, we are also, working on how to optimize it. But that is something which as a challenge has always been there. So, most of our applications, like we use WhatsApp, we use Paytm, we use PhonePe. These are like Amazon. These are all apps which we live with now. So they're all dependent on internet connectivity. So that is something, the last mile connectivity is a challenge. Karnataka is one of the one of the top states where the internet connectivity, even in the rural areas, is, far better. You get a 4G and connectivity. So that is something which I think the government of India is also looking at, is in terms of connectivity, having, these networks across. So that is one challenge that we would always perceive, but that is something which we will have to work on.
Okay. Thank you, both of you, for giving this very good explanation to the questions. In the meantime, if there are any questions from the audience in the chat box or anything, Veena madam can take over and then.
Yeah, sir, due to the time constraint, whatever the questions in the chat box.
You can choose the good questions and then you can select the questions.
Okay, sir.
Already answered can be.
No, sir. Right now, there is no such question, sir. Now it's time to show our gratitude. It's my privilege to propose a vote of thanks for the third technical session. I, on behalf of Sri Aurobindo College, first of all, spread my most sincere thanks to Almighty God. By His blessings and grace, we are able to make it what it was. So I must remark a proficient sense of gratefulness to the resource person, Shrishma Madam, and Manisha Madam, for sharing with us some of the finest information about digital education, and for giving a presentation about the education management application. Your thoughts have enlightened our minds and shown us a new path, ma'am, and all the participants of this session are all inspired by your highly sparkling words. Thank you very much, Shrishma Madam and Manisha Madam. I especially thank our moderator, Tyagarajan sir, for making the session more meaningful and interactive. Sir, we appreciate your time and efforts in making this session a success. Thank you, sir. I extend my generous thanks to our honorable members of management, RES, for their support and cooperation. Thank you, sir. I thank from the bottom of my heart to our principal, Dr. Shailaja Madam, for her leading supervision and inspiring at every point of time in college. Thank you, madam. This type of incident cannot happen overnight. The wheels start moving about a week ago. It requires a planning and bird's eye for details. We have been fortunate to be supported by a team of very active and dedicated faculties of our institution who are well versed in their jobs. Thank you, my dear colleagues, student volunteers, and all event sponsors. Finally, I thank all the respected participants who have blessed us with their presence and made the session more successful. Once again, thank you all and request all the participants to stay back with the same zeal for the 4th technical session. Now I request Divya madam to take over the session.
Thank you very much, Veena madam, for coordinating the entire session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody.
Lohit sir, can we start, sir? Lohit sir?
Yeah, madam.
Okay.
Yeah, good morning. Yeah.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, all. Education is fundamental for achieving full human potential, developing an equitable society, and promoting national development. With quickly changing employment landscape and global ecosystem, it is becoming increasingly critical that children not only learn, but more importantly, learn how to learn. Education thus must move towards less content and more towards learning about how to think critically and solve problems. NEP is the first education policy of 21st century and aims to address the many growing developmental imperatives of our country. The purpose of education system is to develop good human beings capable of rational thought and action. I, Divya, lecturer, BCA department, take the privilege to welcome you all to the 4th technical session of the national webinar, Responsibilities of the Stakeholders in the Change Scenario of Education, NEP. It's a great honor and privilege for me to welcome and introduce the resource person of this session, Dr. C.P. Lohit, Faculty Coordinator, Siddhaganga Technology, Business Incubator, Tumkur. Dr. C.P. Lohit is with the Department of Mechanical Engineering, Siddhaganga Institute of Technology since 2003. He holds a ME degree in Product Design and Engineering after basic degree in Mechanical Engineering. He has done PhD in the area of Strategic Management and Innovations for Indian MSMEs for the Department of Management Studies, IISc, Bangalore in the year 2017. He has more than 18 years of experience in academia and 1.5 years in industry, and also having served as a research assistant in the Department of CPDM, that is Center for Product Design and Manufacturing, Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore for 2 years. He has around 15 publications in leading international and national journals. He has also co-authored books, namely Strategic Marketing and Innovation for Indian MSMEs, published by Springer International in March 2017. Innovation, the key factor for the success of an organization, a study on Indian MSME, published by Lambert Academic Publishing, Germany in June 2017. He has also authored 2 books, namely Enhancing the Competitiveness of Indian MSMEs Through Innovation, published by Lambert Academic Publishing, Germany in February 2018. Knowledge Management and its Impact on Industrial Design Process, published by Lambert Academic Publishing, Germany in July 2019. He has the distinction of contributing to entrepreneurship by conducting several workshops related to entrepreneurship. He is presently heading Siddhaganga Technology Business Incubation Center and also the coordinator for Entrepreneurship Development Cell in SIT. He has good exposure to all aspects of product design, project management, and total quality management. His current interests are in developing strategic marketing initiatives for improving the performance of MSMEs and innovation in entrepreneurship. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for accepting our invitation. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Divya. So I'm very honored to address this session. I'm very thankful for the Aurobindo College and also the principal, Dr. Shailaja, for inviting me to address the session. And I'm very happy that your institute has got IIC, Institute Innovation Council, which is a platform for all the students and faculties to exhibit their innovation and also entrepreneurial abilities in promoting startups in the campus. So my given topic for this session is idea generation and design thinking. So just I will interchange that. I will go through the design thinking, then followed by idea generation, since idea generation is a part of design thinking process. So let me just share the screen. So in between, if something happens, maybe if the slides are not moving, so please inform me. So if it is, if there is any problem related to audio or video, so please inform me in between that.
Okay, sir, sure.
I'm just sharing this. You just check. Yeah. Yeah. Is it visible? Is the slides visible?
Yes, sir. It's visible.
Yeah. So yeah, design thinking and idea generation. So this is my given topic. So let me just go through this. Yeah, is the slides visible now?
Yes, sir. Yes, it's visible.
Yeah. Yeah. So design thinking and idea generation. So this is a very important thing for any of the technological institutes or any kind of business related institutes. So they need to think about the design process and also idea generation. So this is very so good topic that you've chosen for this today's session. Yeah. So introducing design thinking. So before knowing what is design thinking, so we should know what is design all about. So you can say design is something related to problem solving activity. So if there is any problem existing, if you are able to give a solution for that, we call it as a design. So in simple terms, we call design as a method of problem solving. So the simplest definition, design is so many things executed in many different ways, but the function is always the same, whether it is blueprints or a clever UI, user interface device, or a brochure or a chair. Design can help solve a visual or physical problem. So in simple terms, we can say design is a problem solving activity. So you do anything, if you are able to solve it, so we call it as a design. So coming to this design thinking, so as I said in the beginning, the given topic was idea generation and design thinking. I interchanged that. I wanted to say something about design thinking before I go to the idea generation, because in design thinking, there are 5 different steps involved in that. So it starts with empathy, define, ideate, prototype, and test. So ideate being the 3rd step involved in design thinking, I thought design thinking should be the first topic I should cover. So before I enter into idea generation. So there are 2 things. What is design thinking? And the second is the design thinking process. So these 2 things has to be understood properly. So before we proceed, so what is design thinking all about? So here it's a thought process for solving a problem. As I said, design is a problem solving activity. And here, if it is if any individual wants to solve that problem, so what is the thought process that goes before they start initiating the design activity? So here, so I will be showing some pictures which will explain you so more about this. So as we believe, picture speaks more than words. Design is changing. So design is changing. You can see this chair's design. So if you see the earlier conventional designs of chair, so it is not so. So it is not, so it is ever changing. So you can say design is changing from day to day. So who is telling to change these things? So the user, the customer. So these are the people who makes these kind of decisions. So based on these decisions, the designers start thinking of giving something different. So before that, you should understand what is the difference between a user and a customer. So we oftenly use consumer or customer synonymously, but it is not the same. The difference between a consumer and a customer is is very so thin line difference. So that means if you say if somebody is using the product, so we call him as a consumer. So the guy who pays for a product is called as a customer. So customer can be a consumer as well, but consumer cannot be a customer. So for example, if your parents buying a mobile phone for you, an Apple phone, so here the customer is your parent, so the consumer is you. So you are using the product. You are not paying anything from your pocket. So but your parent, the father or mother who is paying for the product is a customer there. So sometimes you need to satisfy the consumer. Sometimes you need to satisfy the customers as well. So as a result of these two people who are controlling the decision of changing the designs, so design is getting changed so day by day. So design is ever changing. So you can see the pictures shown here. So how the mobile phone we got into now. So earlier the telephone, which was invented by Graham Bell, you see the sequential development which has happened over a period of time. So it is not happened overnight. So it has taken its own time. So, but still you can see the differences of these communication device. So we call this mobile phone as a communicating device. But today, more than that, mobile phone is used for something else. So it is not only the communicating device. So more or less it is used for something else. So maybe it is used as a, what do you call it, to listen music or watch movies or browse the things or book a ticket, so whatnot. So almost all the products has been engulfed by this mobile phone. So mobile phone has killed all the other products like the alarm, the watch, the clock, so whatever. Even the calculator, if the calculators are allowed, if the mobile phone is allowed for the exams to make use of scientific calculator, the students will be very happy about that. So you can see the gradual improvement which has happened in terms of communicating device, and so we call it design is ever changing. It is not the same. So if you see the earlier, what you call, you can say the telephone is an invented product. And if you see the mobile phone, it is an innovated product. So we can say there is a thin line difference between invention and innovation. So you can say invention happens as a result of some requirement. So somebody felt that we wanted to have a communication between two people. So that resulted in Graham Bell's telephone. Then after some time, somebody felt that why not? So we have something which can be carried. So which can be mobile in nature. So that resulted in mobile phone. So the first version of mobile phone was developed by Motorola. So if you see the earlier version of that mobile phone, it is almost weighing like a brick and looking like a brick as well. So somebody can make use that as a weapon to kill somebody. So if that is a scenario, we wouldn't have carried the mobile phone always with us. So you see the technology advancement. As a result of that, you can see the mobile phones, which is now which is very sleek, and it weighs in terms of grams. It is not in terms of kgs now. So you can see further improvements which is happening. So there are so many other research going on in terms of developing the mobile phone. There are flexible mobile phone coming up. There are invisible mobile phone which is coming up. So you can see the evolution of phone. So you see the way is handling this mobile phone, the telephone earlier, and you can see the sequential development which has happened over a period of time. And invisible phones are on the way. You can see how invisible phones are coming up. So you just push a button, so in your watch or in your pen, so the image will pop out, and you can just make use of that as a virtual mobile kind of thing. Once you use that mobile phone, you can just press the button that the image will go off. So this is the changes that is going to happen. Maybe in the next 10 years, we may see these kind of mobile phone in the market. So this is the things happening. So these are all happening as a result of design thinking. So I'm just giving the example of these products. So to make you aware of how design thinking is going to help you to enhance the comfortness, enhance the what you call requirements, the aesthetic look, the functionality, ergonomics, everything is taken care. So with respect to these design process. Then you can see this, now it is all in the cloud. So earlier in 1960s, we used to go with a calculator for calculating any kind of mathematical things. Then 1980s, the computers came into existence. Then 2000, mobile phone took over. So now you can do whatever in a mobile phone, so which you used to do it in a computer, and now everything is in cloud. So we call it as clouds computing. So everything is in the cloud. So now, so the things are happening, the things are progressing. So in this manner, in a quicker phase. So you can see the what you call picture. This shows how comfortness at max. So that means in 10,000 BC, so the mankind was doing like this. 500 BC, you can see something is writing. Then 1600 AD is writing. So he is using the laptop. 1999. So just like that is going like this. 2015 AD is relaxing himself, and future, so it goes like this. So comfortness at max. So over the period of time, so the people are expecting more comfortness, more so easy to handle, easy to use, or whatever. So the comfortness is getting increased day by day. As a result of that, changes are happening in a much faster phase. So evolution of computers, you can see earlier versions of this typewriter, followed by the first version of computer, followed by desktop, laptop. So Apple, all these things. These are all the things which has happened not overnight. It has taken its own time. So is it by chance or by design? So do you call this is happening by chance or by design? So definitely it is not by chance, it is by design. People are changing these things. People are making these things happening. So because of the design aspects. So this is the way it is getting changed. Mouse also wants to get beautified. You can see the earlier version of mouse. If you see the mouse, it was looking like this. And you can see the gradual improvement happened over a period of time. This is an Apple mouse. So I say mouse also wants to get beautified. So it also wants to get it so look better. So this is the changes happening in case of computers. Then Apple, the leader, you can see how drastic changes happened over some period of time. So this is the earlier version of Apple. And today you can see sleekest of the sleek so system is available. So in terms of Apple, so Apple the leader. That's why we call Apple the most innovative company in the world. So which designs products, so which is very so user friendly, and people wants to buy Apple phone because of that innovativeness. So even if it is costing more, people won't bother about that. So this is all because of the design aspects, which is taken care by Apple. The innovation is the key for success of Apple. So it is not only with Apple, but with the rest as well. You can see Samsung, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, Microsoft, how they got evolved. So if you see the Twitter logo, it was looking like this. So over a period of time, it got evolved into the present version, similar to that of is a Facebook and also Samsung and also Microsoft. So that means, so the user or the consumer or customer is making these changes. So he is expecting these changes to happen. As a result of that, so the designer is making all these changes just to improve the things, just to make sure that the people are happy with this. It is not only with Apple, that's why I say it is happening with the rest of the people as well. So and you can see the automobile industry. So this is the only industry which has taken a lot of time to get evolved from the earlier version to the present version of driverless car. So you might have heard of this driverless car, which is going to come in the near future. So if you see the earlier version of automobile design, 1900s design, 1920s, 40s, 60s, 80s, 2000. So you can see a lot of changes have happened. It has taken almost 100 years to get evolved into the present version of car that you are seeing in the market. But now we are all talking about the driverless cars, which is going to come. So already the research is done. So many other foreign countries are making use of these driverless cars. And this is going to outnumber the normal cars which we are using in the next 15 years. So this is the present version of automobiles, things which we are able to see. And today we are all talking about electric vehicles, hybrid vehicles. So these are the things which is going to come in the near future. So these things require a design thought process. So somebody should start thinking, so why not we start develop the product which is going to take care of everything. So everything means A to Z. So all the features, all the aesthetics, ergonomics or whatever. So the customer is going to prefer, we need to give it to them. Earlier, we can say it was something like a manufacturer's market. So we used to manufacture something and we used to dump it into the market. So the people you are used to use it. So they have to use it, but there is no other way for them. But today it is not so. So we are developing the products based on the requirements of the customers. So we need to find out whether there is a need for the product or whether there is a requirement from their side. So then only we have to do it. Otherwise, it's of no use. So everything will go waste. So you have to be very, careful in designing the product. It is all customer focused, customer driven. So the today's market is customer driven rather than manufacturer's market. It is all buyer's market today. So the design thinking, it starts with users, the clients, as I said, the customers. They are the king. So we call them as king because they are the one who are asking for these kind of requirements. Stakeholders, so the bankers, the investors who invest on your business, the public, even though they are not customers, you are answerable for them. For example, if you are developing electric vehicles, so you have to be very careful how to design these products so that it is not going to harm the public. It's not going to harm the customers. You have to be very much careful in designing the product. So all these people are involved in design thinking. So design thinking starts with all these people. You have to consider all these people before you design anything. So design thinking is a human-centered and collaborative work approach to problem solving that is creative, iterative, and practical. So it is very creative. It is iterative. So it is not a single stage process. So it takes its own time. So while designing a mobile phone, they will not get it done within 1 day or 1 month or 3 months. So it's an iterative process. So they have to design, they have to check, they have to test it, they have to develop the prototype, they have to make the customers to use it. If there is any changes required from them, so you have to make use of it. You have to iterate them. You have to just redesign it. And it is practical. The design thinking process is a practical approach. So you have to do it practically. It is not theory-based kind of thing. It is very practical in nature. You have to make sure that you use common sense and you see that how customers are behaving with the product. You see whether the improvement is required or it is to be developed in a different way. So design thinking integrates business, technology, people. So in case of business, it is a viability. So whether this is going to bring money for an entrepreneur, so that is more important. So if you take an entrepreneur, his main objective is to make money. So he has to see that business is viable for him. Then only he will invest on his business. Technology. So this is also very important. Technology should be feasible. You should see that the technology should drive the product to the market so that the customers are happy with the product that you've developed. So the feasibility of technology should be very high. So the practical application of technology should be very high. And people. So you're designing this product for people. You're not designing this product for aliens. So people, desirability. There should be some desire aspect from the customers, from the consumer regarding the product that you develop. So all these three things are very important in design thinking. So they integrate business, technology, people. So without one, it is incomplete. So if you do anything using the technology and if you want to make money, so without thinking of people, that is customers, so everything will go waste. So even if you think of business and people without thinking about the technology, so then also it is going to loss for the market, so loss for the customer, loss for the company as well. So design integrates all these three things. So it's a balance of analytical thinking and intuitive thinking. So 100% reliability from analytical thinking, 100% validity from intuitive thinking. So design thinking is a mix of both analytical thinking and intuitive thinking. So coming to the design thinking process, so we should understand what is the process involved in this. So design thinking comprises mindsets and modes. So you need to understand the mindset of the customer, the mindset of the consumer. So then only you should think of designing a product. And what are the different modes of involved in design thinking? So coming to these modes, there are 5 modes. The first is empathize, second is define, the third one is ideate, the fourth one is prototype, and the fifth one is test. So you need to empathize first before you have an idea. So you should have an empathy towards the people. People means customers or consumers. Understand that the user needs and problems. So if you don't understand their requirements, then how can you design a product? Even if you design a very innovative product without taking into account the requirements of the customer, so it will be of no use. So before designing anything, you empathize. So that's why we say in design thinking, empathize is the first step involved in designing the product. Then define, analyze your observation to define the problems. So there is a saying, if you are able to understand the problem, 50% of the solution is ready with you. You need to define it properly. So what is the one which you are designing? So to whom you are designing? Who are the customers? Who are the consumers? Okay, what is the problem that you are going to solve? You need to define all these things. You have to articulate all these things in terms of problem definition. We call it as problem definition. So that is the second step, followed by ideate. Think of solution, to each aspect of the problem. Okay, you need to give a solution for the process, for the problem that the people are facing with. So that is the ideate process. So ideation, idea generation comes at the third stage in the design thinking process, followed by prototype. So you need to develop the solution, a prototype for each aspect of the problem. So prototype is nothing but it is as good as a working model. So the final products, before you go for mass production, you need to have a prototype ready so that you can just check it whether it is working or not. So what changes you wanted to bring in. So that's why we call design as an iterative process, because of this reason. Prototype is going to be used for testing the market, testing the customer. So prototype, immediately you are going to test the product using the best solutions identified. So these are the 5 different modes which any design thinking process involves. So as I said, empathy, when you feel what the other person is feeling, that is empathy. So that means you're putting yourself into the shoes of others. Okay, so if you're designing something for a customer, you should think that you are a customer. What is the requirement? What is the thing that you are expecting? So as a customer, you should start feeling. So that is empathy. So this is required to discover people's explicit and implicit needs so that you can meet them through your design solution. So there are 2 things. When you want to know the needs of the customer, you should also know the wants of the customer as well. So need is a basic requirement. We call it as explicit need. So it is easily expressed by the customer or a consumer. But coming to the wants, they are not easily expressible. They are hidden in nature. They are desire. So if you ask somebody what he wants, he may not be able to express what he wants actually. So it is implicit. You cannot express it easily. So here the designer has to take care of both these explicit and the implicit needs so as to design the product. This is the thing which happens in the empathy. Example, understanding how the elderly with arthritis take medications. You should know that, you should understand how those people who has got arthritis will take the medication. So you should start feeling that when you are in his position, what will be your response, what will be your requirements. So in that way, you have to design the product. So then define. So as I said, you need to define the problem. You need to define the thing which you are going to solve it. So that is the second step involved in this. You have to expose new opportunities by looking at things differently, guide innovation efforts, make sure we have identified something worth working on it. So that means whatever you design, you should feel it is worth to solve it. So otherwise it's of no use. So worth solving means you should be able to develop a product which is useful. So the customer should start feeling that it is worth buying this product. That is going to happen if you define the problem properly in the beginning. So this is the second stage involved in the design thinking process. So then the ideate, as I said, generating many possible solutions to a problem is nothing but an idea generation. So ideate or idea generation involves so many solutions for a same problem. So if you should have many problems, many solutions for a same problem. So then only you can select the best among them. If you have only one solution to the problem that you are identified, so then there is no choice. You should not go by choice. You should not go by chance. You should go by choice. You should have a choice in selecting the best solution among the, the one which you have developed. So generate maximum innovation potential in a short amount of time, incorporate different perspectives, build excitement. You need to excite the customers. You need to build the features which is going to excite them, which makes them to buy the product. So this is more happening in Apple. So that's why customers prefer Apple to have the experience. If you go and ask the guy who is very fond of Apple computers or Apple mobiles, he will be very happy with the innovativeness added to the products by the Apple company. So this is the thing which every company need to do. So example, you can see design thinking for better healthcare derived from experience from hotel and airline industries. So this is just what I call, the picture shows how the healthcare devices has been developed now. If you go to a most sophisticated dentist, so you can see these kind of healthcare devices available. So it is they're getting this motivation from the experience which they get it from the hotel and airline industries. So now everything is getting innovated. So everyone wants to look good. Everyone wants to get more comfortness. So they wanted to get more from the conventional products. So this is possible only through design thinking. Then prototype, as I said, this is creating a concrete embodiment of a concept which becomes a way to test your hypothesis. Before you test, you need to have a prototype done. So to gain empathy, to explore, to test, to inspire. This is the reason for making the prototype. If you don't do the prototype, so the probability will be more that you may not know whether you've done right or wrong. In order to check whether you've done right or wrong, you need to have a prototype for testing the product. So there is a what you call saying that fail early, fail often. So if you want to fail, do it at the earlier stage. Don't take too much of time and fail at the end of 2 years or 3 years after putting a lot of effort in doing that. You have put a lot of effort in accumulating the resources. Resources may be men, material, money, and machine. And at the end of the second year, you say that the prototype is not working. So it is of no use. So better you fail at the early. So because the cost involvement will be very high if you take more time to fail. So that is the reason for saying fail early, fail often. So that doesn't mean that always you fail early. So you have to put effort and you have to see that the things are done. So the design is completed and make sure that the customers are happy. So the last one is test your concept with users using your prototypes. So this is usually done. So before you go for launching the product or going for mass production. So because if you don't do this, so there may be chances that the product may have a failure. So when it is used by the customers. So if that is a scenario, so then it takes a lot of time to convince the customer. The customers will lose the hopes and they will lose the goodwill from the customers. So in order to avoid these things, you have to design the thing and you have to prototype and you have to test it before going for a mass production or before going for an official launch of the product. So in case of design thinking, so there are two things. So before you implement it, there is an inspiration and ideation. So inspiration and ideations are equally required for any design process. So before you implement it, before you start developing it, before you start selling it in the market, you should have got inspired from the customers, inspired from the market, and you should have a good ideation. You should have a good idea developed for developing those products. Before you implement that, you should take both inspiration and ideation in an equal, kind of thing. So it has to be both required so equally. So they are equally good for implementing anything. Inspiration and ideation both are very much needed before you implement anything. So how can I be a good design thinker? So what makes you to design the product in a better way? So experimentalism, you have to do it experiments. You have to test, you have to do experiments. The more the number of experiments, the more the design, the things which is going to come in, the more the options, more the choices that is going to come in. Optimism, you should also have a optimistic mind so that you're going to win at the end. So you have to be very, very optimistic. So you have to think that you have to be very positive in developing anything. And collaboration, so you have to collaborate with the people. So you have to collaborate with the different companies. So collaboration is the mantra for success. You cannot do it all alone. So today the word is looking for a multidisciplinary approach. So you have to collaborate with the people, collaborate with the talents, collaborate with the other companies so that you can achieve the thing. Empathy, so as it is very much needed for design thinking, you need to empathy. So you need to be empathetic towards customers to whom you are designing the product. Then integrative thinking. So integrative thinking means you should take everything into one. It should be under one umbrella. So integrating thinking. So that means your thought process, your designing, your features, whatever you are adding to the product, you should all align with the requirements. So everything should be integrated. So these are all the things which makes you to think how to design the product in a better way. The key is collaboration, as I said. Multiple perspectives, skills, disciplines, experiences, and knowledge is the key. So you have to make use of knowledge. So that is going to help you to achieve the objective. So the top 3 takeaways here is design thinking is an approach to problem solving and innovation. So there is a term called innovation. So oftenly we make use of this term. So this is not the invention. There is a difference. There is a thin line difference between invention and innovation. So if you develop something, so based on the needs of the customer, so for the first time, it is called as invention. If you start adding value to the product, so maybe in terms of reducing the price of the product, maybe in terms of adding features to the product, maybe in terms of changing the way it looks like, so it is called innovation. So innovation and problem solving, so they have to be the outcome of a design thinking process. And 5 modes of design thinking, as I said: empathy, define, ideate, prototype, and test. So they are the 5 important basic steps involved in design thinking process. And people first. People means the customers, the consumers. They are the first. You need to concentrate on these people, and then only you should design the product. Unless otherwise, if you don't do this, so your product, however innovative it may be, however good looking it may be, however superior it may be, it's of no use. You have to consider people first, the customers first. Then only you should go in designing the product. So as I said, these are the 5 different modes: empathize, define, ideate, prototype, test. These are the very, very important steps involved in design thinking process. If you see this, still looking for new things. So you can see the gradual development which has happened over centuries. So still the people are looking for new things. So every day is a new day for a designer. So he has to think, he has to design something which is very much unique, very much different. So still we are looking for new things which is going to satisfy our requirements. So that's why we say in marketing, so the customer requirements are ever changing. They are volatile in nature. So they are not static. So it is very, very volatile. So that means if you see something different, you require that. You want to have some changes. So you will not be happy with the existing product always. So for all of these things, the creativity is a must. Creativity is going to take care of all of these things. If you want to innovate, if you want to think outside the box, if you want to if you want to ideate, if you want to have a vision, if you want to imagine something, if you want to get inspired, you need creativity. So the creativity, the outcome of creativity itself is an innovation. If you start thinking something different, outside the box thinking process, then definitely you will be able to come out with something which is very innovative in nature. So what are the different things which stops you to think creatively? So break out of the intelligence trap. So that means always you should come out of the conventional thinking process. Create some space. So you should have some kind of space. So some kind of space should be given. So some kind of liberty should be given for you to think creatively. So it is often said that we kill the creativity of a kid or a children. So most of the creativity skills lies in the children's at their younger age. So the day so he starts growing, the day he starts asking questions to his parents or the teachers or elders, we start curbing them. So don't ask anything. So this is the first blunder we make to avoid the creative skills or creative mindsets in the children. So this is so to be avoided. We need to create some space wherein they will have their queries, doubts, so that they can make sure that they get the answer. Do something totally different. So it is very important for creative generation. So always think of unique solution for a problem. So otherwise you will be conventionally, if you are able to do it, so it will not have any difference at all. Challenge the assumptions. So always you have to challenge the assumptions. Whatever assumptions somebody has made, you need to challenge that. Why it is not done so? So why not the other way? Create a power group. So you have to have empowerment. You have to create something which will have an empowerment with you, so that you can so authorize something to develop something different. Define the problem. This is very, very important. In idea generation, before you generate the ideas, you have to define the problem properly. So brainstorm. So this is also going to help you to get more ideas. So brainstorming sessions. So here, what happens here, this is a kind of exercise. So wherein they wanted to solve a problem. For solving a problem, they will pose the issue in front of those people who are supposed to solve it. So they will give some time for them to come up with a solution. The only requirement is they should not think about practicality before giving the concepts or the ideas. So they will start listing out those ideas without thinking of the practicality. So suppose if there are 5 people, so if they want to get 10 ideas from each of the guy, so there will be 10 minutes of time given. Within 10 minutes, they will get 50 ideas in front of them. Then once they have got 50 ideas, they will start evaluating one by one. So then they will come up with the exact solution for that problem. So this is the way which happens in brainstorming. So brainstorming is a very good exercise for developing any kind of new designs. So this is very oftenly used in the corporate world. Then create continuous challenges. So you have to challenge, and you have to take this as on a continuous basis. You have to challenge the stream. You have to challenge the challenge the uncertainties. You have to challenge the risk. You have to take the risk. So these are all the things which will help you to create something new. So creativity comes once you follow these kind of things. So just for the sake of testing your creativity, so you observe this. So picture, so for a while, so maybe for a few seconds, and tell me which is standing and which is sitting there. So which cheetah is seeing backward and which cheetah is seeing the forward. So this is all the perception. So the purpose of showing here is for somebody, so this cheetah is seeing back and this cheetah is seeing forward. So for somebody, so this may be the one which is looking backward and this may be looking forward. So this is all the perception. So the perception makes the difference. So what is the perspective is not the same with all the people. So one more exercise, test your creativity. So take some seconds to observe this. So for somebody, it is a lady sitting in front of a mirror. For somebody, it is a skull. So I think you got it. So this is the perception. This is the power of perception. So for somebody, so you can see that a lady sitting in front of a mirror, so beautifying herself. But for somebody, it may be the skull. So the skull is so the one which is going to look for first. So if you observe it properly, you can see the other part of the other picture, other image hidden in this. There are 2 images hidden in this, but for somebody, it may be a lady sitting in front of a mirror. For somebody, it may be a skull. So for somebody, both. So this is the way in which you see the things. So it is all in the perspectiveness of a user or a consumer or a customer or the observer. If you see this picture, we can see the entire globe, wherein there are different colors indicated. So the blue color shows advanced economies. So this is the one which shows the advanced countries. Then light blue in transition, that means they're in the mode of getting transformed into advanced economies. So this is the one. Then this color shows less developed. You can see Africa, Argentina, so then India. These are all so less developed. That means they're yet to get into the advanced economy mode. Then red color shows the least developed. So the indication of this clearly shows how different countries are going ahead of time, how they are taking this design thinking process, how they are able to use their creativity, how they are able to innovate the things, how they are able to improve their economy. So by the technology, by technology upgradation, by innovating the things. So this is a clear-cut comparison between different countries across the globe. The key here is agile improvement. The B for breakthrough invention, C for creative imitation, D for disruptive innovation. We want these ABCD to be followed. If we want to get into advanced economies, we need to improve the things. So agile improvement. So you need to be very, very advanced in nature. Then breakthrough inventions. You have to come up with so many breakthrough inventions which has not been ever thought by somebody else. Creative imitation. It is not just like always reinvent the wheel. So it may be, so you can just creatively imitate the things which somebody has done it. So this is also good to do it. So because copying is not easy. So this is very, very important thing to be followed. If you see the Chinese companies, most of the Chinese companies do this creative imitation. So they make use of reverse engineering as a technique to just go back to the idea. So usually idea flows towards the product, but in case of this reverse engineering technique, the flow will be from product to the idea. So they will go back to the idea. They will match almost 90 to 95% of the idea which they have been able to use while developing the product. And this is just using the technology itself. It is not easy. Creative imitation is also possible for success. Then disruptive innovation. If you want to bring something great changes, you have to innovate disruptively. So disruptive innovation is the one which is going to make everything happen. So these ABCD has to be followed by any country or any company to bring innovations or to bring something new to the market. What is the next thing which is there in front of you? So if you know everything about design thinking, what is the next thing that you need to know? That is idea generation. You have to generate ideas. You have to have more number of solutions for a problem that you have identified. So it is the one which every corporate company is looking for. The corporate world is looking for the people who can have ideas. If your idea is good, you will be the first one to be selected. You are the first one to be picked up by the company. So idea generation is very, very important thing for any company to follow. So in idea generation, it is a creative process of generating, developing, and communicating new ideas. So if you are generating new ideas, developing new ideas, communicating, how well you are good in communicating the thing. It's a thought cycle. It's a cyclic process. So innovation, development, actualization. So you have to develop something new, and at the same time, there should be some value addition in that. If there is no value addition, then people will not buy it. Customers will not pay for those products which does not have a value in it. So value addition happens through innovation, and you have to develop that. You have to develop through these process involved in design thinking. Then actualization, you have to realize that. So actualization is very important. Somebody can dream to have designed something great, but if you are not able to actualize that, if you are not able to convert that idea into reality, it's of no use. So in idea generation, these three things happens. It's a cyclic process. It's a cycle because it repeats. If you are not able to satisfy the requirements of the customer, you have to rethink, you have to redefine, you have to revise everything, and it's a cyclic kind of process. So as I explained earlier, brainstorming is one of the approaches that anybody can make use of to generate as many ideas as possible. And it is an improvement of an existing product always. It is not just like reinvent the wheel. So it is always improve the existing one. So rather than reinventing the wheel, you improve the features. You add on the features so that it can be used by the customer in a different way. So a business idea may be related to removing shortcomings in an existing product by means of technology. Example, color TV was an improvement over black and white TV. So this is just a classic example which we can give. Or it may be a mobile phone was an improvement over a telephone, earlier version of telephone. And probably you can go further. You can say the driverless cars as an improvement over the existing conventional driving cars. So this is just the advanced example that you can give. So this is all going to happen as a result of good idea generations. So here idea should be more. You have more number of ideas. The bulb will glow only if you have good number of ideas in front of you. So the more you churn out your ideas, the more the light you will get. So the more the things happen. You can make the things more comfortable if you have more number of ideas with you. So if you see the product development process, so it starts with understanding the customer needs. So this is the one which you do first. So you have to understand what the requirement is. You have to go to the customers. You have to ask him what he wants, followed by idea generation or design. So unless otherwise you do this market study, and if you design something which is very innovative, it's of no use. The first one is to understand the customer requirements. Empathy is very, very important. You need to be empathetic towards the customers. Then idea generation, followed by product concepts. So more concepts in the idea generation. Prototyping has to be developed. So you have to just make the product, so which is as good as a final product. Final design and pilot production. So do the testing of a prototype. If it is okay, go for a pilot production, then commercialization, product maintenance, and extension. So you should see that your product is in the market for a long time. So this is possible only if you have developed the product in terms of by taking customer requirements into account. Otherwise, it will vanish so very, very soon. So there is a saying, innovate or perish. So if you want to stay in the market, you have to innovate always. Otherwise, you will perish at the earliest. So you will go away from the market. So at a sooner phase. So it is very important that you should stay in the market for a long time. This is going to happen if you have taken customer requirements into account, if you have developed good ideas, if you have followed the steps involved in design thinking, then only you can sustain yourself in the market for a long time. So in idea generation, it is a continuous systematic search for new product opportunities. So it is a continuous process. It is not just like generate the idea in the beginning and forget about the things for the rest of the 11 months. In the first month, you generate the ideas. For the rest of the 11 months in a year, don't do anything about idea generation. So nothing will happen to you. So you have to do this on a continuous basis, continuous mode. You have to understand the market. You have to study the customer. You have to be in touch with the customers. So we call it as go to the Gemba. So Gemba is nothing but the marketplace. You have to go to the people. You have to go to the customers. You have to understand what their requirements are. Then only you will be able to generate more number of ideas. So ideas form using creativity generating techniques and generated through firms' internal sources and external sources. There are two different sources. So one is internal, so R&D, research and development. The employee, the people, the talent, so which the talented people are there in the company, they will do that. This is internal source. The external source are customers. They are the right people to be considered while designing the product. Competitors, so they are also very good source for you to develop something new. Imagine that there are no competitors in front of you. You will design the product, so whatever you like. So because there is no competitor. So there was a famous saying from a Ford company. So they used to say, so in 1960s, they used to say that you can buy to the customers, you can buy the car as long as it is black in color. This was a very, very famous quoted statement by Henry Ford, the founder of Ford company, the automobile industry. They say you can buy the cars as long as it is black in color. So that means there is no other option in front of you. There is no choice given by them. You can buy only the black colors. So because of no competition at that point of time, you see today, competition is very, very high. You have to give what the customer prefers, what the customer asks. That's why we call customer as the king. So whatever king asks, you should be able to give it to him. So in the similar manner, we consider customer as the king because of this reason. Okay, so there is a famous statement like customer is the king, and also a smart guy has given one more additional statement, and you won't bargain. So customer is the king and you won't bargain. So this is a very, very, very smart way of convincing or making customer to pay for whatever is fixed. So this is the reason for you to develop something which is very, very needed for very much use for the customer. So customer is the main driving force for designing anything. Then suppliers, so they are also the one who gives good information for you to design the product. Distributors, so they are also good people to give you the information required for designing something new. So you have to be so well versed with all these sources, both internal sources and external sources. Both are very much needed. So today everything is customer focused, customer driven. It is all market driven products. It is not technology driven, it is market driven. So whatever customer prefers, you should be able to give it. So this is the thing which is happening. So you can take the example of Rolls-Royce. So I often take the example of Rolls-Royce, a famous automobile industry, automobile company, so which manufactures and which gives the car depending on the customer requirements. It is all customized products. If somebody wants to have a car made out of gold, they are ready to do it for you. But only thing is you have to pay for it. If somebody wants to have a car made out of silver or made out of teak wood, so the company is ready to do it. Rolls-Royce has got a technology which is very, very advanced, and they can use it for developing the customized product. So this is the present era. So earlier, the Ford statement was very, very different. You used to say that whatever we are having, you should buy it. You can buy the cars as long as it is black in color. But today, you see the example of Rolls-Royce, whatever you ask for it, we are there for it. So this is the present thing happening. So this is all due to the customer change. This is the power of the customer. So these are the ways in which you can generate the ideas from both internal source as well as from the external source. So let me just give you the example of how idea generations comes into picture. how it is going to help you to just understand how idea generation is very, very important for developing the product. So I think this is just a cup. So how many cup designs you can expect? So how many different types of cups you have seen? Or as a customer, what are the design requirements from your side? So what are the things that you're looking for? So let us see. So if conventionally or normally, if we ask any people to say, they may say that we may expect maybe 5 to 6 or maybe 10 different designs. Let us see how many designs are there in terms of designing this cup. It's a very simple product. So let us see. So if you see the history, so this is the way it was looking like. So it was made out of wood, then mud. So many different changes. The material, so transformation. With the advancement of technology, they started using different materials now. Let us see. So in the first thought process, we have got around 8 different designs. So coming to the first one, it is all related to the size, different sizes, variations in with respect to the size. Then coming to the handle, you can see how differently designed these handles. You can see the way the handles has been designed. So this is something different. So I think rarely seen designs in the market. So you might have not seen this type of designs in the market quite often. So this is the one which is, so you can see normally, so available in the market. These are the things which are very different. So easy insertion. So this is very easy for somebody to just handle it. So how to so insert your fingers inside it and you can handle it. Foldable handle. So this is one more design wherein you can fold the handle itself. Then unbreakable plastic. This is most of you might have seen this. Durable metal. So this will not break. So it is made out of metal. Disposable. This is also one more design. Disposable. Use it and throw it. Zero spill, so that means it is not going to spill over. So this is one more thought process. Then, so second set of thoughts, no fall lid. So this lid is not going to so fall away. So this is just integrated with the cup. Lock on lid, you can have a locking system given for the lid to be locked with straw. Unbreakable. Then in car, you can put it inside in a car. So there is a option available for you to just put it inside the car. So there is a slot, there is a provision given for you to have the cup holder in the car. Auto stirrer, you need not stir it. So this is getting stirred automatically. It's auto stirrer. So these are making the man more lazy. So as far as these designs are concerned, thermos cup. Hot plates and eating coil. So this is something different, something very differently designed. So this is the hot plate for the car. So then with USB, you can use USB inserted into that. With controls, you can have the controls which is under your control, battery operated. And this is something unique. So there's a wow factor which comes into picture. You can observe this. There is a slot provided you to keep the biscuits. Okay, so this is very amazing. So this is very different. This is not the conventional cup design. So there is a slot given for you to keep the biscuits so that you need not keep it. So you need not carry it so in your other hand. So this is something done differently. Then Lego cup. So you can use it as a toy, extendable. So extendable cups, folding lid. Lid can be folded. Baby mug. So these are all different designs. So as far as this design of cup is concerned, there are 24 designs which we have seen here. So you can see these are the 24 different designs which we have seen here. And these are all the result of 6 P's. Which are those 6 P's which makes you to come up with these designs? The problem. So the problem. Somebody has felt that there is a problem with respect to the stirrer. So you need not stir it manually. So it should automatically stir it. So that is a problem which somebody has felt. As a result of that design might have come. Somebody might have felt that why to carry the biscuits in a different hand. So let it be a provision given in the cup itself. That resulted in that cup having a provision given for keeping the biscuits in that. So that is a very important thing. So the pain point. So the second P is the pain point. So customer's pain point. If you are able to address the pain point, so you're done with the design. You have come up with a new product. Then performance. Somebody might have felt that there should be performance-oriented product. So it should be, so you should have some kind of mechanisms which will make you to eat the contents as and when it is required. As a result of that, so those kind of designs would have come. Productivity. So for the company, so he will be thinking of productivity as the main important thing. So he has to get more output. So with the less input, productivity may be the reason for these new products. Paradigm shift. So there may be a paradigm shift from one material to the another material. If you see the earlier design, it was made out of the wood material, then changed into mud, then into plastic, then into metal. So we don't know. So how long we will go. Then personalization. So somebody wants to just personalize the product. So somebody wants to get the customized product. So these are all the 6 different P's which makes you to develop these products. These 6 P's are very common for any kind of product. I have taken the example of a cup design here. You can take any product. So you can just start thinking of these 6 P's. You will come up with so many ideas, so many different solutions for the same issue that you are looking for. This is a classic example which we can see how different ideas can be generated for designing a cup, which is as simple as simple design. So here, this is all going with the help of ideation. So exploit new ideas successfully, makes the complex things simpler. It is very difficult to be simple. So it is very difficult for you to design a simple product. So this is possible only with a good ideation. Then implement ideas for impact.
Your screen is not moving, sir.
Is it not moving now?
No, right from beginning it is like this only. You showed a lot of pictures. No, we are not seeing those pictures.
Oh, somebody could have informed in between. So I thought it is moving.
No, it is
okay.
Not.
Is it moving now?
Now it is moving. Now it is moving, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sorry for that. I think you could have just informed me. Okay, I will rush through that, whatever has been taught.
Yeah, only thing, you're asking us to play. They were not knowing at all because it is not moving. Thank you very much. It is now moving.
Okay. Yeah. I will just rush through this.
Very good presentation from your side.
Yeah. Design is changing. So this is, I have explained everything. Just I will rush through with the pictures.
I understand. Yes, sir.
Yeah, design is ever changing. This is the way in which we are moving. The evolution of the phone. This is the way the things are happening. You can see invisible phones are on the way. This is the one which we are going to expect in the coming days. So this is the picture which shows you how we were there in 1960s, 1980s, 2000. Now we are into the cloud now. We are all into the cloud now. Then this is the comfortness at max, how the things are happening now. The evolution which has happened in the field of computers. So is it by chance or by design? So it is exactly by design. It is not by chance. So this is the mouse design, which I have explained to you earlier. So you can see that the mouse also wants to get beautified. So it also wants to look good. So this is the present version of mouse, which is available in the market. You can see the evolution of Apple, the leader. So how it got transformed into the present version of its computers from this earlier version. It is not only Apple, it is almost all the different companies are doing innovation. So they want to bring new changes to the market. And I took the example of automobile industries. It took almost 100 years to get into the present version of driverless cars, which we are going to see in the coming future. So you can see the different versions in 1900s, how it was looking, 1920s, 1940s, 60s, 80s, like that. So it has taken almost 100 years to get into the present version of car that we are seeing in the market. And this is the one which we are going to see in the future in the country like India as well. Maybe driverless cars to outnumber the normal conventional driving cars. Then I explained all these things. I think the pictures, I will repeat it once again. So this is an example which I took for telling you how these healthcare industries are getting changed themselves. So they also want to get their products, healthcare products, to be more innovative. So they are following the what we call industries which the airline industries or hotel industries are following. So in the similar way, the healthcare industries are also getting innovated. I took the example of these products. Then so this is a picture which tells you still we are looking for new things. So we want to get something new. So we wanted to see something new. So this is the one which we are moving towards the, what do you call, some new changes that we are going to look further. Then this creativity is a prerequisite. If you want to bring new changes, you have to be creative. You have to be innovative. You have to inspire the people. Outcome of creativity is an innovation. Then, yeah, so I showed you this picture. So I think here you can test your creativity. So this picture clearly shows you two cheetahs. One is sitting and one is standing. So you take some few seconds to observe this. So which one is seeing forward and which one is seeing backward? So clearly you can understand. So for somebody, the one which is standing is seeing the forward direction. The one which is sitting is seeing the back. But for somebody, it may be the just reverse of this. So for somebody, it may be this one is looking forward and this one looking backward. So this is all in the, what do you call, perception level of each of the user. So the reason why I took the example here is the customers or consumers, they're not alike. So for one, it may be different. So the perspective is matters a lot. One more picture I took the example is this one. You just take a few seconds to observe this. I think this is visible, sir.
Yes, sir, it's visible.
Yeah. I think in the beginning itself, you could have warned me. So yeah, test your creativity. So here you can see a lady sitting in front of a mirror. For me, I can see the lady sitting in front of a mirror and getting beautified by herself. For somebody, you will be seeing this as a skull. So that is also reality. So there are two pictures hidden in this. So it is all in the customer's perception. The perception matters a lot. And I showed you this picture. So this is the entire globe showing how different economies are there. So the blue color shows advanced economies. The light blue shows in transition. That means they are moving towards advanced economies. Then this color, the orange color, shows less developed. In that, India is also there. Then the least developed is the red color. So here, the reason why I'm putting here is, so the countries are struggling hard to get into the advanced economies. This is possible only if you are able to design innovative products, if you are able to innovate, if you are able to capture the market, if you are able to attract the customers. This is going to be possible. You can become advanced only with the help of technologies, with the help of creativity, with the help of innovative products. This is the reason for present government is putting a lot of importance for Startup India, Stand Up India, Make in India. So they are giving more importance for manufacturing products because of these reasons. So they wanted to bring innovativeness in the manufacturing sector so that we can just change from a developing stage into developed stage. So this is the picture which I showed. Agile improvement, breakthrough inventions, creative imitation, disruptive innovations. So these are all the four important things, ABCD, that any corporate world is looking for. You have to improve, you have to bring breakthrough inventions, you have to creatively imitate the thing. So it is not always wiser to reinvent the wheel. So sometimes you can copy the designs as well, but copying is also not easy. Disruptive innovation. So this is very, very important. So most of the advanced economies are bringing disruptive innovation. That's why they are advanced in nature. Then what next? So I think idea generation is the only answer for this. So you need to bring so many ideas. So as many ideas as possible to innovate the thing. So as I said, innovation, development, actualization. These are all the three important steps involved in idea generation. You have to innovate, you have to develop, you have to make it reality. So unless otherwise you convert idea into reality, it's of no use. So you have to convert the idea into reality. So this is possible through this idea generation process. So I explained brainstorming session, how it is important for generating different ideas. So you have to brainstorm. You have to get more number of ideas with the help of this brainstorming session, and improvement of an existing product. So it is all the companies are looking for this. So it is not always to reinvent the wheel. They can improve the existing product. Example I took as a color TV was an improvement over the black and white TV. Or you can see the mobile phone is an improvement over the first invented telephone. Or it may be the invisible phones that is going to come in the near future, maybe an improvement over the existing mobile phone available in the market. Or maybe the driverless cars, which is going to come in the near future, maybe the improvement of an existing driving cars. Idea, so you churn out more number of ideas to make the bulb glow. So this is possible only with the help of good ideas. So I explained this product development process. So before generating ideas, you need to have a clear understanding of the customer. Customer requirements are very much needed. So you should understand that, then generate the ideas, followed by all the rest of the procedure that is involved in designing the product. Maybe like product concepts, prototyping, testing the prototype, so commercializing the product. Finally, make sure that the customers are happy with the product. So I took the example of both internal internal source and external source for generating ideas. Internal source is an employee and research and development in a company. So that will generate the ideas. The external source are the customers. Customers are the one who is going to ask you more. You need to be very, very careful in front of customers, because customers are very smart today. And competitors, they're also very important for you. As long as the competitors are there, you can innovate. If there are no competitors, definitely you will not innovate. I took the example of Ford company, so which was a famous statement by Henry Ford. You can buy the cars as long as it is black in color. That means there is no choice given for you. But today, Rolls-Royce, I took the example of Rolls-Royce. They are there for you. They can customize the products. They can develop the product what you prefer. You can buy the car made out of gold. So this is the technology they have. They can customize anything. Then suppliers, the distributors, they're also the source for you to generate the ideas. The bulb will glow only if you are able to have these ideas generated from both the sources. Then I took the example of a cup. So this is a very simple product which I'm going to take. So to tell you how differently you can design the product. If I ask the people to give me the expected number of different designs of cups, they may tell maybe 5 or 10. So let us see how differently we can design this cup. So earlier versions of cups made out of wood and mud. Now they are playing with the material. You can see the first thought process. There are 8 different designs, size variations, then handle. You can see the handles. You can see the difference in designing the handle, how it looks like. Easy insertion regarding the handling the cup. Foldable handle. This is very, so you would have seen this product. So you can fold the handle. Whenever it is required, you can just unfold it. Unbreakable plastic. This is also, you have seen, durable metal. Disposable. This is commonly used cup. Zero spill. That means it will not spill over. So this is something uniquely designed. Let us see second thought process. No fall lid. So there is a lid and it will not fall out. So there is a mechanism which ties this lid so that the lid will not fall off. Lock on lid. So that means there is a mechanism given for locking the lid itself. With straw, you can have a cup having a straw inserted, integrated. Unbreakable. In the car, you can use this in the cup holder given in the car. Auto stirrer. So this is making the people more lazy. So it is auto stirrer. So it will just stir by itself. You just press the button, it will do it. Thermos cup. So then hot plate and eating coil. So you're making more comfortness, bringing more comfortness to the user. Then hot plate for the cars with USB. So here there is a USB. If you want to eat it, you can just use this. You can just use this to eat the the coffee that you want to drink. You can just keep the cup on this above this this one top, so that you can just press this, plug this USB, so that you can just eat the coffee which you want to drink. With controls, battery operated, and this is very amazingly designed. Wow factor is there here. So you can observe this. There is a provision given for you to keep the biscuits. So there is a place for biscuit here. So you need not carry the biscuit. You have seen the scenarios where people will be struggling if there is no provision for them to carry this. So here is the provision in the cup itself. So you can have the biscuits placed in the cup itself. Then Lego cup. So this cup as a toy, extendable, folding lid, baby mug. So these are all the 24 different designs so that you can have. So we can have more number of designs. So this is all possible. So these are just an explanation of all those pictures. These are all possible with the help of 6 P's. So which are those 6 P's? The first one is a problem. So unless otherwise you have a problem, you wouldn't have got the design done. So for example, somebody might have felt that, so how to carry the, so why to carry a biscuit in a different hand? So better to have a provision in the cup itself. That resulted in the cup, which has got a provision for keeping the biscuits itself in the cup. Then the pain point. If you're able to understand the pain point of the customer, you can design the product more better. So empathy. So as I said in the beginning, empathy is very, very important. You should understand the pain point of the customer. Then only you can get the gains from making the product developed in to the market. Then performance. Somebody wants more performance-oriented products. This is also very important. Productivity. As a company, they look for good productivity, so higher productivity. So that is a result for developing new products. Paradigm shift. So somebody wants to change the material they were using. Earlier, they were using the material as a wood, then change it into mud, then the plastic, then the metal. So this is a paradigm shift happening. Personalization. So somebody wants to get the things personalized, customized. So these are all the 6 P's, which is very important for designing any product. Idea generation will happen only with respect to the requirements of these 6 different P's. Then ideation. So I think I was here somewhere, the professor informed me that the slides are not moving. I think from here onwards, this was the one which I was covering at that point of time. So here, if you want to ideate, exploit the new idea successfully, you have to exploit, you have to explore so many different things. So make the complex things simpler. So it is very difficult to do that. If you want to design a simpler product, it is the very most toughest job to be done. Implement ideas for impact. So you have to implement these things to have an impact on the society, have an impact on the customer. Then only your design will be innovative. So if you want to make your design innovative, it has to have an impact on the customers. Think afresh to create value. So always think of creating some value in the product. You should give value to the product. So you should think very differently. So converting the things into the one which is manufacturable one. So whatever your design, so if you are not able to manufacture it, it's of no use. Your ideation should follow all these principles. The core idea is very important. Creation of the mind. So you have to make your mind ready to accept that. Change the status quo. So that means always don't follow the conventional thought process. You have to go with the design thinking process. So this is thinking out of the box. Creativity, continuity, curiosity, can do it. So these are the 4 C's which will make you to come out of new things. The innovation happens as a result of all of these things. So where we have to go now? So what we are supposed to do now? Start thinking creatively. Start developing new products. Start thinking, generating new ideas. So let me just show you some of the innovative products which will give you more glimpse or more information regarding how idea generation is very important and how design thinking is very, very important in developing the innovative products. So I was telling in the beginning, innovation is the key for success. Innovation happens as a result of adding value to the product. The customer only buys the product if there is any value addition in that. So accomplished thought, different or more effective products, processes, services, technologies, or ideas. So whatever it may be a service you're offering, it is a product which you are giving, or it may be any ideas that you want to share. So innovation should be there. Some kind of value addition should be there. Here are some of the products you can see. So I think this is a product which you might have observed in the market. So it is a very, user-friendly, eco-friendly product, which is a refrigerator. It is made out of mud. We call it as Mitti Cool. So this is developed by a guy in Ahmedabad. So it does not use the electric power. So it is very cheaper. It is available within maybe 1,500 or within 2,000, and it is very eco-friendly. So it is very healthier. So we call today the advanced versions are making you more comfortable. At the same time, it is giving more discomfortness, which is also very true. So they are also not good for health. So you should not eat the things which is kept in refrigerator for more than 2 days or more than 3 days. So this is very true. So but here this problem has been solved with this Mitti Cool. They call it as Mitti Cool, which is very healthy, and you can keep the things. And there is a provision given here for keeping the water as well. You can get the cold water as well, and there is a provision for keeping the vegetables, the fruits, whatever you wanted to preserve it, you can do that. So this is one example wherein the value has been added. This is one more example where a lady is carrying something on her head. So this is a provision. This is a design, ergonomically designed product, which will not make her which will bring more comfortness to her. So it will not give any kind of problem with her. You can use it for more time. So she can use it for more time. So with this attachment, this is a very ergonomically designed, eco-friendly product. So one more example, Nano. So it's a small car. So we'll not talk about the success or failure of Nano. So it revolutionized the entire automobile industry when it was released into the market. Every company in the market started thinking, why not we develop a small car which is affordable, so which is very so ergonomically designed, which is very small. So small is beautiful. Those are the theme line for this designing for Nano car. So that resulted in most of the automobile sectors in the entire world started thinking of developing the small cars. You go to any automobile industry's website, they have a research and development team designing these small cars, which is affordable in nature. So this is the example for innovation. Let us see some more examples. A guy is having a device. This is pomegranate de-seeder. He can easily de-seed remove the seeds in the pomegranate. And this is the picture showing the coconut tree climber. It is easy for anybody to use it and climb the tree. And this is one more example wherein you can use what they call walking shoes, water walking shoes. So he's just using this to walk on the water. So walking shoes on the water, then pedaling the washing machine. So this is something innovatively done. So she's pedaling at the same time, it is washing the clothes as well. So she's getting exercise, and at the same time, she's not using any power. This will not use any power. Manually, she's washing the cloth, so with comfortness. So this is one more example where innovation has been used at the max. Let us see some of the series of innovative products. So this is one example where you can have a kind of some mechanisms to just keep the cup like this. So cup holder, so which is more innovatively designed. So this is the one which most of the girls will like to have this product. It is the what do you call nail polish holder. So you can keep the bottle on this. So most of the time we have seen the girls or the women struggling a lot while putting the polish onto their nails. This is one which is solving the problem. So girls will like this more. Coffee eater. This is one more product where you can see how they are making use of this product. So to eat the coffee. So this is just a USB version which I showed you in the beginning. Reusing the candle. So this is very amazing. So you can see the candle has been kept here. They start using it. You can see this wax is going nowhere. It is just collecting at the back, at the bottom portion of this. You're reusing the thing, reusing the candle. This is a very amazing product, which you can see as an example how people are designing the product. Then enhancing the sound effect. You see the mobile phone has been kept. This is giving two uses. One is mobile holder. You can just keep the mobile like this. You can see whatever you want to see here. At the same time, you can observe the sound effect is getting improved. So this speakers will be there usually at the bottom of this mobile phone. You can see how sound effect is coming in different way. So sound effect, enhancing sound effect. It is eco-friendly product. This is made out of bamboo. So can anybody guess what is this? So washing sink also wants to change its shape. So similar to that of a mouse, which wants to get beautified. In the similar manner, this washing sink, the shape of the washing sink itself is very different. This is not a conventional washing sink that you usually see in the places. So this is one more example. Lap mouse. You have seen laptops. What about this lap mouse? So just make use of this mouse. So mouse is also getting so many new changes. So we call it as lap mouse. The knife family. So you can observe the family of a knife. So different set of knives kept here. There are 1, 2, 3, three more versions are there. So totally 4 different knives. You can just see how the designs are happening in the product that you are making use of. Cycle on men. So usually you ride the cycle, but now you can see a foldable cycle. You can just take it, carry it whenever it is not needed. Cycle on men. Eco fan. This is something different. So this is made out of wood. So which gives you the same effect whatever you are getting in the existing fan. This is an eco fan. So that you can observe. This is a bottle mug. This is a bottle mug. So you can see these designs. You can just keep this bottle and you can use it as a mug. So you need not have a specifically mug with you. You can have a mug holder, so you can just keep the bottle inside that bottle mug. This is something differently done. So suitcase in a new avatar. You can see the conventional suitcases, and you see the present versions of suitcases. You can see this one. So wherein you will not believe it is a suitcase. So it is having different versions, different designs, different thought process has been done. For this, you need to have ideations. You need to generate so many ideas. You need to work on it, and you have to use all the principles of design thinking. So like you have to empathize, you have to observe the customer preferences, you have to define the problem, what is the problem existing with it, you have to ideate, you have to generate more number of ideas, you have to develop the prototype, you have to make it tested so that it can be ready for launching the product into the market. So all these 5 principles are used to develop all these products which I have shown you. So all the design thinking process will be made use of for designing these products. So there are n number of innovative products which is available in the market. So these are all the result of a well thought process in the design. So that's why we call it as design thinking is very, very important for any company to follow. Otherwise, they can design something which is conventionally solve the problem, but it is not the one which the customers are looking for. The end is just the beginning. So I wanted to say that this is not the end. This is just a beginning. So as the college has so readily started IIC in the campus, Institute Innovation Council, it is the right time that all the faculties and the students start making use of this council to bring innovativeness among yourself, create an ecosystem wherein so they can have a innovation happens all around, and bring more startups so that they can have more innovative products to come into the market. So this is all from my side. I wanted to just so ready to answer any queries if you have. So sorry that in between I couldn't visualize that the slides are not moving. So thanks to the professor who just reminded me. So I think I've done justice by showing the slides again. So I have done for my session. So I'm happy to answer any queries.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your valuable inputs. Due to time constraint, I request participants to post the questions at the chat box, which will be sent to sir and answered later.
Yeah.
We have now reached the end of 4th technical session. I deem it great honor and privilege to propose vote of thanks for the session. First and foremost, I thank our resource person, Dr. C.P. Lohit, Faculty Coordinator, Siddhaganga Technology, Business Incubator, Tumkur, who despite his busy schedule has found time to grace this session and who shared with his views on idea generation and design thinking with the August gathering. I thank him for his encouragement, guidance, and providing a stimulating environment for educational development. Thank you, sir. I take this opportunity to extend sincere thanks to all our invitees and participants for their support and cooperation. I would like to extend thanks to all the management members, RES and Dr. M. Shailaja Ma'am, Principal Sri Aurobindo College for organizing this event. Thanks to all teaching and non-teaching staff for their continuous support. Thank you all. I request Archana Ma'am to take over the session.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, all. It gives me an immense pleasure to welcome you all present here for the session, Presentation of Business Idea by faculty members and students across the nation. Our panel members do not require an introduction as they are well-recognized eminent personalities Yet, as a formality, I take this opportunity to introduce our first panelist, Dr. R.V. Tyagarajan, having huge experience in industry and teaching. He is a Rotarian and actively associated with our institution for the past 4 years and also advising on various academic matters. A warm welcome to you, sir. It is a pleasure to have our second panelist, Shri Ashutosh G. David, with us for today's session. Shri Ashutosh David, sir, is the founder chairman of G.D. David Foundation and Trinity College. Sir has profound up-to-date knowledge about marketing with an international experience. He is highly experienced even in industry and teaching as well. A warm welcome to you, sir. With immense admiration, we welcome all who make the efforts to participate in this event. I take the pleasure of announcing the shortlisted participants for making the presentations on business idea generation. So here is the list of shortlisted participants goes on across the nation. Mr. Shahul Yarab, yes, Department of Commerce, Bangalore University, Bangalore. Ketan Singh, Kalyan PG College, Bilai Nagar. Akshita HP, Gnan Bharati Campus, Bangalore University, Bangalore. Siddhalinga Swami H, Seshadripuram First Grade College, Bangalore. Binesh P, Apex Professional University, Bangalore. Mr. Sakesh Kumar Rajeria, Bhopal, Madhya Pradesh. Dr. Manoj Kumar Yan, Maharaja Institute of Technology, Mysore, is from Mandya. Professor Dayanand Hodal, SP College, Kalburgi, from Kalburgi. Komal S, Bangalore University. Then Nagaratna T, Pinnacle Institute of Management and Science, Bangalore. ER OSS Nisar, College of Agricultural Engineering and Technology, SKUAST, Kashmir, Srinagar. Now, I leave the platform to our panelists to make initial remarks and further the proceedings. Over to Dr. Tyagarajan, sir, and Shri Ashutosh G. David, sir. Sir.
Ma'am, you have to unmute, sir. You have to unmute, sir.
Sir, you have been unmuted.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good afternoon, Professor Ashutosh, other faculty members and participants. Am I audible? Is it clear?
Yes, sir. You are audible.
Okay. Sir, for the information of Ashutosh, we had a small competition of idea generation. Probably students by this time and the faculties by this time, after the presentation of Rohit, would have understood what is an idea generation, what should be the value proposition and minimum value product, and how to develop a product and how to prepare a prototype. What may be the approximate capital involved? As you know that we have a National Innovation and Startup in our organization. Also, we have Institution Innovation Center. So this is the maiden attempt that we have made, not only to generate ideas from within the college, but also from outside the college. What Professor Archana has listed out is only shortlisted outside colleges. So we have another list meant only for our internal students and teachers. Due to time constraint, we are not able to ask them to make a presentation. We had developed a Google forum for them to identify some of the business opportunity identification. So with this introduction, I'm humbled that to share this platform along with you as we have to shortlist out of this the best idea that we can develop. Could be an innovative, could be something new, or could be imitation, where we could see that this project can be through. So our idea is to give a handhold support to them, see that activity is done not only in the premises, and also we try to attach it to some company wherein they can get intern training, so that when they complete their graduation or post-graduation, they can be in the incubator, or they can go for a startup. Also, they could start their own entrepreneurship. We call it as entrepreneurs now, so that they will be getting training, and also within the college, they will be doing some activity for the mutual benefit of both the college, other students, and their own students. So with this idea, we have developed this scheme. As you have seen that we have shortlisted a few candidates, not only of the faculty members, but also from the student community. And you could see that participation is throughout India. There are many people. So we are not able to, make them some attempt to, bring them or to the platform. However, we will reconsider those cases if it is worthwhile. Probably we will include them in our ICC cell. So with this introduction, if you have any initial remarks that you would like to make, you are welcome. There are about 400 participants in this portal now, including the YouTube. There are many students who are in the YouTube. For want of space, we ask them to log into YouTube. So a community, student community and teacher community of 400 is a great number, but the registration goes beyond 1,000. So with this, I request you to make some initial remarks, and you can make a list and then WhatsApp your preference of students. You can give all the students' name, but in the order of priority, whom you want to make first, second, third, fourth, fifth, or as the case may be. First, we are taking preference for teachers. The faculty members will make the presentation. Later on, students will make the presentation. Probably we can sum up the so-called some mistakes if they have done, or some observation with regard to that at the time of the final session. I also know that we have a time constraint. We are encroaching upon already the time that because of certain problems, administrative problems, the time is exceeded. So may I request you, sir, to make a few remarks on the, to the participants so that they could get some idea of about this.
Yes.
Thank you. Over to you, sir. Over to you,
yeah.
sir.
Doctor, it's a pleasure. Very nice listening to you. And it's also my privilege to share this forum with a fellow Rotarian. So that gives me one more thing in common.
Yeah,
to add.
I'm a District 3190 fellow members. I'm a District 3190.
3170.
Vidyaranapura.
Yeah, so it's nice to know and nice to hear from you. And I'm very happy to know that the institution, the college, with your guidance and support, and definitely the able leadership of principal and all the elite faculty team of faculty members whom I've met, few of them, this idea generation session or the competition that they want to have, it's an amazing thing. This is what students actually require as of today. There is a saying, knowing is knowing and doing is doing. So it's more about doing. So you have a lot of ideas and put it into action, and the institution supporting such kind of great ideas is an amazing thing to know, Doctor. And the innovation center that you have in the institution in-house, where you not only encourage them with your ideas, but also support and connect them with the industry so that what they have planned gets into action. It's a matter of pride for the institution, and definitely something that doesn't happen everywhere. So it's excellent to know. And right, sir, I think let's get going. Looking
Thank
forward
you very much,
for also
Thank
learning
you very
a lot
much,
of things from the young minds.
Thank you very much for the nice words you have shown. Maybe we can work mutually and see that this concept goes further. We require the services of many people for this. It cannot be done by a single individual. I believe in team, so we have to work in team. Our expertise should be passed on to the students so that they will get that expertise and the skill development. We talk skill development only on papers, so that we could give our skill to them so that they could practice. Thank you very much, sir, so that we could proceed with the. And now may I request Archana Madam to read out the name of the first participant. Archana Madam?
Yes, sir.
You can read out the name of the first participant.
Yeah.
So let him introduce and then he can start his presentation.
Okay. I request Dr. Manoj Kumar Yan from Maharaja Institute of Technology, Mysore, to introduce himself kindly and make the presentation.
Whether Manoj Kumar is there?
He's there online, sir.
Yeah, you have to unmute him, no?
Yes, yes, we have unmuted him.
Dr. Manoj Kumar?
Dr. Manoj Kumar Yanvi. Unmute yourself. Kindly unmute yourself and please start with the presentation.
Archana Madam, you can call out the second name.
Yes, yes,
so that
sir.
We can repeat his name later on.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The second participant being Shahul Yarab Yasyam from Department of Commerce, Bangalore University. Shahul Yarab Yasyam.
Mr. Sahul? Is he present?
Hope so, sir. Ketan Singh, Mr. Ketan Singh. Ketan Singh from Kalyan PG College, Bhilai. Ms. Akshita HP from Gnanabharati Campus, Bangalore University.
Archana, I think you should find out whether they are there.
Yes, sir. We are searching in the list of participants. We could find Dr. Manoj Kumar on the line. He's online.
You can connect him. You can connect him.
Yes, we're trying to reach him over the phone as well, sir.
Yeah. Mr. Manoj?
Mr. Siddhalinga Swami HM from Seshadripuram First Grade College, Bangalore. Mr. Siddhalinga Swami HM. Yes, Mr. Binesh P from Apex Professional University, Bangalore. Mr. Rakesh Kumar from Bhopal. NV, Maharaja Institute of Technology from Mysore. Yes, unfortunately, the participants so across the nation who have shown their interest to make the presentation in the today's session are not been able to respond to our session. So kindly, if any of our students, those titles have been accepted and shortlisted, kindly do take initiative and start with your presentation. The students from Sri Aurobindo College.
Archana madam, you can read out the names once again.
Sure, sir.
Like Sahul Yarab.
Yes, sir.
Sahul Yarab.
Yes, sir. So once again, here goes the list of the participants who are being shortlisted for the today's presentation on business idea generation goes like this. Mr. Shahul Yarab, yes, from Gnanabharati campus, Bangalore University. Mr. Ketan Singh, Kalyan PG College, Bhilai. Ms. Akshata HP, Gnanabharati campus, Bangalore University. Mr. Siddhalinga Swami HM, Seshadripuram First Grade College. Mr. Binesh P, Apex Professional University, Bangalore. Mr. Rakesh Kumar from Bhopal. Dr. Manoj Kumar Yanvi from Maharaja Institute of Technology, Mysore. Professor Dayanand Hodel, SP College, Kalburgi. Ms. Komal S, Bangalore University. Ms. Nagaratna T, Pinnacle Institute of Management and Science, Bangalore. Mr. E.R. Oas Nisar from SKU AST Kashmir, Srinagar. So these are all have been shortlisted participants. So who have shown their interest to make the presentation on today's business idea generation session.
Now you can request our students and teachers to make their presentation.
Yeah, sure, sir. Give me the list, please. And now, unfortunately, the participants across the nation have not been responded to the call. So I take the opportunity to call out the participants from our institution. Ms. H.D. Sushmita. Ms. H.D. Sushmita from Sri Aurobindo. Ms. Yashaswini Young from Aurobindo. Bindushri B.V. Okay. So guys, here I'm reading the list of participants from Sri Aurobindo College. So guys, you are there online and ready with the presentations. Kindly yourself, unmute yourself and please speak up. So once again, here goes the list of participants who have been shortlisted from our own institution, Sri Aurobindo. HT Sushmita, Yashaswini M, Bindushri BV, Bindushri BV, Mr. Akshay,
Good morning, ma'am.
Yes.
Akshay will not be present in the presentation. I will be doing it.
Okay, you will be doing it? Sneha, are you there online?
So I will only be able to give an introduction about our company, ma'am.
Please go ahead. Please go ahead.
Hello.
Okay. So Sneha?
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
There is a little disturbance in your connectivity. Please check the connection and so try to make your presentations from that area. In the meantime, I request Dr. Manoj Kumar BN, if ready with the presentation, kindly to start with.
He needs 2 minutes.
Yes. Video. Sneha, are you ready with your presentation? Sneha? Sneha from Sri Aurobindo College. Are you ready with your presentation?
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yeah. Tell me, Sneha.
We are a bit out for the research, so we need to do only the introduction part of our company, ma'am.
Okay, so would you like to give only the introduction part of your company?
Yes. Yeah, yes, ma'am.
Yeah,
about what our company does.
Yeah, please go ahead, Sneha. But before that, you need to introduce yourself and your partner as well. Okay, so to our partner. Yes, carry on.
Good morning, everyone. I am Sneha.
Sneha, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, sir.
You only tell the product and what is the use of that product, and very briefly, what type of organization. Don't take 15 minutes to explain your company, which is about to be started. We are not started. Whether it is a sole trader, partnership, joint stock company, that's it. You tell the type of business organization. Your name, your company name, your product name, whether it is a service or a product, what is the amount that you require, so that we could talk to bank manager and arrange for the money.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Sneha, currently pursuing management studies in the second year. And I am the co-founder of People. Our company name is People, and the founder is Mr. Akshay. So People is a startup company. What it does is that as the farmers in India are in distress because of ongoing issues such as unfair prices, agricultural marketing and inflation, etc. They are being discouraged to take a farming as a livelihood. So hereby in this company, we are trying to encourage farming and empower farmers by being the continuous distributors between them and the consumers. And we will make the backbone of India stronger than before and feed fresh to India. And our company is a private limited and it is a service-oriented company. And the product which will be under this company is food. It is called foods. And the estimation cost we have got is that 45 lakhs till now, and it's still in the research process, and we are still making still in the progress. So it is not that definite. So yeah, and thank you. I want to thank everyone who has helped us through this plan. As our plan is under research, we shall be to market very soon. With the help of our mentors, CS Tyagarajan sir and CMA Ravindra Kaushik sir. And thank you so much for abundant support and encouragement from our beloved principal, Dr. Shailaja ma'am. And further, I would like to extend our gratitude to all our teachers and friends. Thank you for giving this opportunity to share on this platform, sir. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Sneha. We will let you know after we finalize all the students.
Yes, sir. Sure, sir.
Archana, madam?
Sir.
Yeah, next student.
Next is Dr. Manoj Kumar Yenvi. Dr. Manoj Kumar Yenvi, sir, are you there online?
Yes, madam.
Yes.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are very much audible, sir. So please go ahead with your presentation. Yes, sir.
So actually, I'm Dr. Manoj Kumar Yenvi, working as Associate Professor in the Department of Management Sciences, Maharaja Institute of Technology, Mysore. And thank you for giving the opportunity to me to come out with an idea. Because in the previous month, I come out with one of the patents, which is used for vehicles. Actually, I installed for my bike with respect to the switch on and battery backup and all. I can able to get to know by that product. And also I am using the GPRS for my bike. So therefore in that, we are discussed among the team of engineering faculties, and I reveal all these things. And also we are planned to come out with a unique product with respect to identifying whenever the accident which is taken place, immediately the messages will be boosted up to the nearest hospitals, police station, and even they can identify what are all the hazards which are taken place, what is the condition of the bike, whether it is ignites, what is the petrol leakage will be there, and what is the emergency which is taken place. All these things, the particular mode of equipment which that can identify. And we also reported a patent on that from Government of India. So now we are planning to the entrepreneur who are ready to sponsor, our angel investor who are ready to sponsor to the particular patent. So therefore, it is going to be helpful for both the customers as well as to the society even. So because sometimes there might be a chance of more emergency, but there is no people in and around. So at that time, it will be makes the loss of the life. So therefore, this product which is going to be helpful to both the riders as well as it is going to be helpful to the saving of the lives of individuals. So therefore, we are might probably the product which will cost around 4,000 to 5,000 rupees, and they are planning in the marketing and all. They are finding the marketing gaps and all to much more incorporate the better system and best way of incorporating that into the bikes and even for the cars. So, and the market penetration, we are thinking about different geographical region to expand and explore the opportunities to reaching our product. And as the product, it is most required nowadays. We can see that many more accidents which are taken place, and there are n number of deaths are reported. So instead of that, if they are using these devices, it is going to be helpful to cut down the loss of life. So this is what we have planned as a new thing. This is what my presentation is.
Professor Ashutosh, you have any questions to ask? Ashutosh?
Hello, yes.
Yeah, I have some questions to ask. Yeah.
Not as of now, I'm just making some points. I just had somebody across. I'll listen to all of them. Maybe then let's go on to the next one, sir. Huh?
Okay. Dr. Manoj.
Yes, sir.
You are already having the company, right?
No, sir. Still not yet, sir. I'm thinking to start up. It is on the patent.
What is that you want from us?
Sir, I want the platform and the angel investors who are supporting to me to ready to fund to start up.
If you want to pitch before investor, what will be the amount that you are expecting from the angel investor or crowdfunding?
Yes, so might probably I need almost around 5 lakhs to 10 lakh rupees.
Okay, it's less than 5 lakhs. It's less than 10 lakhs.
Yes, yes.
You have
a seed capital which is required to make an installation of the plant and all.
You have a place there in Mysore?
In Mysore, with my friends, I can able to manage with the place and all.
Yeah. Can you give a detailed proposal to our college there so that we could examine in the committee?
Sure,
and then
sir,
we can call you for an interview before an investor.
Sure, sir. Sure. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for the nice presentation that you have made. It's a good product that is useful. It will be useful for insurance companies and others, police people, police department. And also if there is any theft, we can find out easily.
We can see that most of the insurance companies, they are making fake claims. Correct. Even though there's no damage which is fetched, still they are going to be reporting huge funds. They are going to be issued to the insurer. So instead of that, the police department and the health department, they can get to know what is the actual loss.
Correct.
So therefore, it is also a surviving point to the insurance company, even they can able to achieve the greater profit.
Yeah. Thank you very much. You can list out the advantages and what problem it can solve, so that if you could send a small proposal, we'll put it before the committee and then we'll come back to you.
Sure, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, Archana. Archana, madam.
Yes, sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Next candidate.
So I shall read out the name of the next candidate is Mr. Ketan Singh. Mr. Ketan Singh. Mr. Ketan, are you there online? Ms. Akshita, HP. Ms. Akshita, HP. Hello. Sidlinga Swami, HM.
Archana.
Sir, Mr. Binesh is interested to make his presentation. It seems through WhatsApp message, we could get a confirmation from his side. So, yeah. So we shall check with him. In case if he's interested, we shall further. Otherwise, we shall proceed with the next session, sir.
In the meantime, you can call one of our students to make the presentation.
Sure, sir. Sure. Sir, in the meantime, we request you to kindly give some insights and inputs from your side as well on the topic business idea generation, sir. Mr. Thagarajan, sir.
Yeah.
And even Professor Ashutosh G. David, sir, also requested to kindly give some inputs on the topic. So we would be very grateful to hear you as well, sir. For 5 minutes each.
Sure, ma'am. I will love to do that.
Yes.
Maybe in the next another 5 minutes.
Yes.
I'm in between some. If you don't mind.
So we shall have, excuse me, sir, we shall have a 10 minutes time. So wherein, to start up our valedictory session. So in the meantime, I request Dr. Thagarajan, sir, and Professor Ashutosh G. David, sir, as well to throw some inputs.
Okay, this has already been explained by Dr. Mohit in detail. That system should be followed.
Sir, excuse me, Thagarajan, sir. Excuse me, sir. I think Mr. Binesh is there online. We can request him. We can request him to start with his presentation.
Yeah, please, please.
Yes, yes. Yes, Mr. Binesh, are you there online? So please do start with your presentation. Mr. Binesh, are you there online? Yes. Yeah. Mr. Binesh from Apex Professional Institute, Bangalore. Mr. Binesh, are you there online? Yeah, unfortunately. Thagarajan, sir. So unfortunately, there is some technical glitches with Mr. Binesh, it seems, and he is unable to make any presentation. So in the meantime, I request you to kindly further the session, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah, please, sir.
So actually what is happening is there is a fear of failure. They think that it is not possible, but it is possible. Only thing they have to be proactive and take interest, whether they do it or not. If they can take the interest, I think probably they can develop a product by following the principles of the idea generation and also following the methods of idea generation, like empathy, then define, ideate, innovate, and prototype. So this is what they saw. So that is very easy to make this concept. First, they have to see whether it could solve some problem. And in fact, design thinking could be used in project reports of students who are doing their project work. Instead of adopting a usual methodology of making research, the statement of the problem could be through design thinking, and also they can design the project itself. This can be very well used in education. And as also in various fields. Unfortunately, we have no awareness about how this can be useful. This is also can be used in market segmentation, distinguishing the mass marketing and niche marketing. So this design thinking can be developed, and we also can establish this for any of the problem that we have. So you have some domestic problem, the design thinking or the creativity helps you to solve that problem by breaking the problem into pieces and then analyzing it. So the sixth piece which Mohit was mentioning is very interesting. That is the problem solving, the pain that the customer has, how to get out of that pain or how to solve that pain by means of your product, and then how to improve the productivity and the performance of the workers. And similarly, we can see how the productivity and the performance of teachers can be improved. Is something like a performance management. And then there is a shift, a paradigm shift that is happening. And the last P is a personalization. Maybe we have so many products, it could be personalized. So I use a pen, the pen could be something unique, which others are not using. Maybe my other products that I'm using could be something innovative. Maybe in India, we have this what is called as a imitation strategy. So normally we imitate. This is more so in the case of fashion technology. So for example, in fashion designing, there is a lot of designing is happening, a lot of scope for design thinking, wherein you can change the fashion by following the existing fashion and see that some comfort is given to the person or the customer. So I suggest if there are sufficient number of students available, we can provide for a certificate course on design thinking, which will be very useful in their life. So I feel that this thrust to be given on these type of things so that there will be a skill development. Also, it is a part of a curricula which they can study in entrepreneurship. Maybe we can have weekend classes or online classes. We can give them the videos to strengthen their understanding. So with these few words, I know that the time is going and we have a valedictory function. So I profusely thank the management for giving this opportunity. And I now request Professor Atosh, from his experience, he could give some suggestion to the students. See, there is an initial interest in the project or the concept, but unfortunately, they don't take initiative. So we are very good thinkers, but we don't implement it. It was so easy for them to give a small design or a small project idea, which perhaps maybe we have to train them in that area. So thank you very much for the organizers, and thank you, Archana, for giving this opportunity. I now request Ashutosh to give certain remarks on the program. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. It's very nice listening to you. A lot of things that we also learn as we do. And as I said before, would like to back what Doctor said, is that knowing is knowing and doing is doing. So we know a lot of things. We Indians are basically lazy people, you know. So when it comes to doing, we need a lot of push and sometimes a kick, if I may use that word. But then that's how it is. And especially with the young minds, they have got these ideas. It's not that they don't have it. They definitely have that urge and the interest, and I mean, the institution along with principal and the team of faculties. This is a great exposure that they are giving to the students. So it's very nice to know that this is what is being done at the institution level. Now, with regards to add to what Doctor said, when it comes to idea generation, I was also a part of the presentation that took place just before we started here, the last part of it. And it was nice, good that students are exposed to such kind of learning activities and initiatives. One simple input that I would like to give students, because today's students are more of observing and learning. And this is exactly what, it's not more of reading that they have, unfortunately. But then, yes, not all of them. So using observation skills as their strengths, a lot of ideas can be generated through observation. And when I say observation, keen observation and concentrated observation, observation with reasoning, observation by asking questions of why is it like this? If there is a handle, door handle, or maybe a bicycle, or maybe a laptop or the phone that you're holding, when you ask a lot of questions, you come out with a lot of ideas. And observation is a very, very powerful tool. So I encourage students to observe and reason, and that's where your source of ideas will come from. And of course, your idea has to solve some kind of a problem, starting with like, what problem did the remote control solve? So on and so forth. So things are simple. So I'm sure that the ideas that you generate should solve some kind of problems. And it need not also be a brand new idea, because sometimes a lot of students or young thinkers get stuck. It may also be as simple as adding features, adding attributes to the product. So that also may give rise to a new product itself. So you can also think on these angles. And that's where it comes to my previous point of asking questions helps you do this. And it's wonderful to know about design thinking. You should also definitely look at stories, or read, or even watch. There are a lot of documentaries and YouTube videos nowadays which students like to watch than more of reading. Story about IKEA. IKEA, the world's #1 furniture store. And why they are world famous is because of their design. It is not they have become the world's largest because of the sales. The sales have happened because of the design that they have. So they have got a great R&D and a design team. So you can learn from success stories of such companies. Also the success story of Sony and Toyota. So these are things that you should definitely see and learn. But of course, thank you very much for this opportunity. Thank you, Doctor, for meeting someone new, from the teaching and the mentoring fraternity and Rotarian. And also thank you, Dr. Shailaja ma'am, and all the faculties for giving me this opportunity. It's been a pleasure, and I wish all the students the very best, and keep learning. Thank you.
Thank you
very much, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. I deem it as a great privilege to extend vote of thanks for this session. On behalf of Sri Aurobindo College, I express my sincere thanks to our panelists. Your presence for today's session, in spite of extremely busy schedule, is a reflection of dedication and commitment. Your inputs and enormous information have enhanced knowledge of all the participants on the topic. My special thanks to Ashutosh G. David, sir, for consenting to be the judge for our session at such a short notice. Thank you so very much, sir. With immense admiration, I thank all the participants for their efforts and interest in making their presence. I express my sincere thanks to all the honorable members of RES and our beloved principal, Dr. Shailaja Yam, for being a pillar of support in organizing this webinar. Thank you, one and all. So now I call upon Ms. Shweta, faculty member, Department of Commerce, to further the session. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Archana, for coordinating.
1 second. Shweta, you can start. Yes.
The time has come to draw a curtain to our program as we come to the close of it. A very good afternoon and a warm welcome to all of you to this valedictory session of the 2 days national level webinar on the responsibilities of stakeholders in the change scenario of education. Last 2 days, we have gained deep insights into several issues on NEP. We had scholars from different facets enlightening us responsibilities of stakeholders in the present paradigm shift. One song can change a moment. One idea can change a world. One step can start a journey, but a prayer can change impossible. So let's begin this valedictory session by seeking the blessings of Almighty. I now call upon Srimati Megha, lecturer of Department of Computer Science, to pray for us. Megha ma'am, over to you.
Jaya Jagadishwari, Mata Saraswati, Jaya Jagadishwari, Mata Saraswati, Sharanagata Pratipalanahari, Jaya Jagadishwari, Mata Saraswati, Jaya Jagadishwari, Mata Saraswati. ब्रह्मानंद में दास तुम्हारो की दर्शन पर ब्रह्म दुधारी जय जगदीश्वरी माता सरस्वती जय जगदीश्वरी माता सरस्वती शरणागत प्रतिपालनहारी जय जगदस्वती जय जय जगदीश जय जगदीश्वरी माता सरस्वती.
Thank you, ma'am. A pessimist complains about the wind. An optimist tries to change it, and a leader adjusts the sails. The sails for this particular notion were adjusted by a person who is not only a great motivator to all of us, but a visionary and a person who gave us the belief to bring this event together. She is none other than our respected principal, Dr. Shailaja ma'am. Ma'am, I request you to formally welcome the gathering.
Good afternoon, everyone. Honorable Chief Guest, respected guest of honor, revered President, members of the management, Rajajinagar Education Society, distinguished invitees, learned friends, my dear students, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, a very warm good afternoon to one and all present here. I extend a very warm welcome to you all for the valedictory session of the 2-day national webinar on responsibilities of stakeholders in the changed scenario of education, organized by Sri Aurobindo College in association with the Bangalore University Teachers Council of Commerce and Management. I am sure that you all have been benefited by the deliberations and discussions of the experts in technical sessions, and this platform has successfully provided sufficient information on the responsibilities and obligations of the stakeholders in the present educational scenario. I'm sure you would agree that the eminent resource persons and moderators have been very brilliant and amazing. Sessions on innovation and entrepreneurship and idea generation, presentations by students and faculty across the country. And the participants might have definitely found these things interesting, and that was sure a very good, wonderful learning activity. Welcoming everyone to the valedictory session, which speaks about the successful completion of the event, is a delightful task indeed. I'm greatly honored to acknowledge with utmost gratitude the presence of the chief guest of the session, Professor D.M. Mamata, Registrar, Shri Padmavati Mahila Vishwavidyalayam, Tirupati, and guest of honor, Dr. K. Nirmala, Chairperson, Department of Commerce, Bangalore University, Gnanabharati campus, who are indeed the profound educationists and prolific speakers. On behalf of the management, faculty, and students, I deem it a privilege to extend our most courteous welcome to Professor D.M. Mamata, Registrar, Shri Padmavati Mahila Vishwavidyalayam, Tirupati, Andhra Pradesh, the chief guest for the valedictory session of two-day international webinar on responsibilities of stakeholders in the changed scenario of education. Ma'am, placing on record our gratitude for the kind gesture of accepting our request to deliver the valedictory address, we feel greatly honored to have you amongst us, ma'am. Once again, welcome you for today's program. I take this opportunity to extend most respectful welcome to our revered guest of honor, Dr. K. Nirmala, Chairperson, Department of Commerce, most admirable personality and eminent educationist to the event. Ma'am, please permit me to mention our appreciation and thanks for the support extended and for having consented to grace the function and address the gathering. A hearty welcome to Shri Ramesh Chandra Humble, Joint Secretary, the President of the session, and Shri H.K. Rajpurohit, Chairman, Shri T.N. Ravi Prakash, Honorable Secretary of Rajajinagar Education Society, and other members of the management who are with us today. We also thank them for the constant guidance and support being extended. I cordially welcome the President, Secretary, Treasurer, and other members of BUTCOM, Bangalore University Teachers Council of Commerce and Management for the valedictory session. A warm welcome to all the principals and administrators across the country and heads of the different units of Sri Aurobindo institutions, special invitees, the governing council members of Sri Aurobindo Innovation and Startup Policy, resource persons, our knowledge partners, and our event partners for the valedictory function. I'll be a very warm welcome to my colleague friends, my students, and the participants across the world for having joined us. And I welcome them, thank them for today's valedictory function. Thank you very much. Thanks everyone, especially special thanks to our chief guest, Mamata Madam, and guest of honor, Nirmala Ma'am, for their presence. Welcome, ma'am. Once again, I just request you to start with the sessions. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I now call Shri Vinod Anigeri, sir, Head of the Department Computer Science, to introduce the guest.
Greetings to each one of you present here. Optimism is the faith that leads to achievement. Nothing can be done without hope and confidence. I am Vinod Anigeri from the Department of Computer Science of Sri Aurobindo College, Bangalore. Let me introduce today's guest for this valedictory session and celebrate the success story of two such eminent academicians of our times, Professor D.M. Mamata Madam and Dr. Nirmala Madam. I am profoundly delighted to take an opportunity to introduce the guests for this valedictory session of 2 days national level webinar on responsibilities of stakeholders in the change scenario of education with respect to National Education Policy 2020. It's an honor to introduce today's chief guest of the session, Professor D.M. Mamta Madam, Registrar Shri Padmavati Mahila Vishwavidyalayam, Tirupati, Andhra Pradesh. Professor Mamata Madam is a MSc degree holder in sericulture from Shri Padmavati Mahila Vishwavidyalayam, Tirupati. She has secured 4th rank in MS. Later on, she did her PG diploma in bioinformatics from Mysore University with securing 1st rank. She has also cleared her NET in 1995 and did her PhD in Sri Venkateshwara University, Tirupati, Andhra Pradesh in 2004. During her postdoctoral studies, Madam has received Fulbright Fellowship from the Department of Entomology, University of California, USA. She has also received DBT Overseas Young Scientist Fellowship from the Department of Entomology, University of California, USA. Her areas of research include gene expression and profiling, molecular biocontrol of insect pests, molecular profiling of species, DNA barcoding, gene-based QR coding, and computational biology. Professor Mamata Madam has received patent for automatic recognition of Indian prawn species, and she has already filed for a patent on a process of preparation of bilayer composite wound dressing from sericin and product thereof. Madam has completed around 7 multidisciplinary research projects for various prominent universities of national and international repute like Sri Venkateshwara University, University of California, USA, Dr. BAM University, Aurangabad, IARI New Delhi, and Cairo University, Egypt, to name a few. Presently, Madam is working on 3 research projects and has already submitted 1 project in the university and national level institutions. Professor Mamata Madam has won many prestigious awards like Best Teacher Award, Best Research Paper Award, Research Excellency Award, World Health Organization Achievement Award, UGC International Travel Award, to name a few, from many national and international organizations. Madam has received Fulbright Fellowship to work in USA. She has been recognized as Fellow at International Science Congress Association, National Academics Summer Research Fellowship, and Overseas Young Scientist Fellowship from University of California, USA. Professor Mamata Madam has visited many universities across the globe on various research assignments like Malaysia, Singapore, Thailand, USA, Canada, Nepal, and Egypt. Under her able guidance, 2 research scholars have completed their PhD, 1 scholar has submitted, and 2 scholars have working on their research. Presently, Professor Mamata Madam is serving as a registrar of Sri Padmavati Mahila Vishwavidyalayam, Tirupati, and also field team member of National Assessment and Accreditation Council. Madam, it was indeed an honor for me to introduce you to the delegates and participants. Thank you so much for accepting our invitation and gracing the occasion with your presence. Over to Shweta ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I now invite Srimati Vijayalakshmi ma'am, lecturer, English department, to rapporteur the overall session. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Shweta. Namaste. I, Vijayalakshmi, from the English department, Sri Aurobindo College, take pleasure in walking you all through a recall of the 2-day national webinar. It started a few days back, and last week it reached its zenith. I'm talking about the excitement of hosting the national webinar. The day arrived soon enough with the benevolence of the Almighty and grace of the Mother and Sri Aurobindo, our spiritual gurus at Sri Aurobindo College. We embarked on this 2-day journey, a national webinar on 29th and 30th June 2021, with nearly 500 participants on the Zoom portal and a good number on YouTube as well. The webinar on responsibilities of stakeholders in the change scenario of education by NEP was organized in association with Bangalore University Teachers Council of Commerce and Management under the aegis of AIQAP, Internal Quality Assessment Cell, SAISP, Sri Aurobindo Innovation and Startup Policy, and IIC, Institutions Innovation Council, and with Pragya Technologies as the co-hosts. The national webinar was inaugurated by Dr. C.N. Ashwath Narayan, Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, Government of Karnataka. In spite of his busy schedule, he graced the occasion virtually and delivered the inaugural address. This was followed by the presidential speech by Honorable Secretary Rajajinagar Education Society and Chairman SAISP, Sri Aurobindo Innovation and Startup Policy, Sri T.N. Ravi Prakash Sir. Next, the respected guest of honor, Dr. J. Madegowda, delivered the keynote address. Dr. Nagraj, GH, President of Bangalore University Teachers Council for Commerce and Management, graced the occasion as well. The technical sessions followed soon after the inaugural function. Technical session 1 was on the topic Quality of Higher Education under NEP. The resource person was Dr. Dharmadhikari, an eminent educationist. The moderator was Dr. Sandeep Nair, an economist by qualification and teacher by choice. Mrs. Rekha Purohit, faculty at Sri Aurobindo College, was the coordinator of the session. The resource person spoke on higher education and NEP in India. He highlighted on the 33 main points of NEP. He insisted on the use of ICT-enabled classrooms and learning facilities and also e-library. He suggested video banks for the knowledge enhancement of faculty members and students. He emphasized on strengthening intellectual property rights, incubation cell, and placement cell in institutions. Technical session 2 was on the topic Importance of Innovation and Entrepreneurship under NEP. Mr. Puneet Raj KN, founder and CEO, Seminar Room and EIPOC, was a resource person. The moderator for the session was CMA Ravindranath Kaushik. The session was coordinated by Mrs. Preeti Hukkeri, faculty Sri Aurobindo College. Mr. Puneet Raj KN highlighted on the present education system, stating interesting examples and explain how the ecosystem produced startups. He spoke on national innovation and startups and guiding framework for higher education institutions under NEP. He briefed about the importance of venture studios and lab facilities at higher education institutions. On 30th June 2021, technical session 2 was organized and the topic was Digital Education, the New Frontier in Learning. The resource person was Srimati Sushma R. Rao, Assistant Professor, Department of Media Studies, Vijaya College. The moderator, Dr. R.V. Tyagarajan, esteemed faculty at Sri Aurobindo College, made the session invaluable with his interactive participation. The session was coordinated by Srimati Veena Ravishankar, senior faculty at Sri Aurobindo College. Srimati Sushma emphasized the importance of digital learning in HEIs under the section 23 and 24 of NEP. She highlighted the benefits of e-learning platforms in India, which would support the learning process in the present circumstances. The second resource person of the third session, Srimati Manisha Shukla, founder and MD of Pragya Technologies Private Limited, demonstrated and presented innovation education management of software which are useful in educational institutions. Technical session 4 was on the topic idea generation and design thinking. Dr. C.P. Lohit, faculty coordinator, Siddhaganga Technology Business Incubator, Tumkur, was the resource person. The session was coordinated by Srimati Divya, faculty member at Sri Aurobindo College. Dr. C.P. Lohit highlighted on design thinking process, which increases and emphasizes the comfort aspect. Also, he spoke on creative generation, disruptive innovation, creative imitation, agility improvement, and breakthrough inventions. The last session of day 2 was on the topic presentation on business idea generation by faculty members and students across the country. The coordinator of the session was Srimati Archana, faculty at Sri Aurobindo College. The panelists were Dr. R.V. Tyagarajan, Professor Ashutosh, and Professor David, who have given invaluable inputs and enormous information on this topic. Over 500 participants, including resource scholars, faculty members, guests, and students, helped the webinar to be a good success. Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, we are delighted to have with us Professor D.M. Mamta, ma'am. Ma'am, I request you to address the gathering. Over to you.
You have to unmute. Madam, we are not able to hear.
Am I audible now?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Shweta. Well, today's president of today's function, Sri Ramesh Chandra Hongal, Honorary Joint Secretary of Rajaji Educational Society, and today's guest of honor, Dr. K. Nirmala, and the principal of Sri Aurobindo College, Dr. Shailaja, and the team of organizers from the Aurobindo College, Ms. Shweta, Ms. Megha, Dr. Shailaja, and Saujanya, and Vinod, and the resource persons of the 2 days, and distinguished guests and participants. A very good afternoon to you all. Well, I find privileged to share my bit of knowledge on the 2-day seminar theme, that is the responsibilities of the stakeholders in the change scenario of education. It's based on the new education policy. Well, the new education policy aims to transform education, keeping the learner at the center. This NAP is a huge stride in the right direction. It focuses on the holistic development of the students by ensuring access, relevance, equity, quality, and strong foundational learning. This NAP has a numerous takeaways for education sector, especially the stakeholders creating an impact of the NAP, and put forth various opportunity and areas emerging from the new education policy. Significantly, this policy lays emphasis on 4 key areas of reform, like the curricular changes to building strong foundational skills, improving quality of learning across all levels of education, shift in the ways of assessment, and finally, the need for systematic transformation. Further, this emphasizes creating synergies in the curriculum across early childhood care education to school and to higher education segments too. The NAP stresses on creating a national curricular and pedagogical framework which is competency-based, inclusive, innovative, and focuses much on comprehensive development of the children. Well, if you see a brief look at our school curriculum, it is expected to imbibe the human value system and provide greater flexibility and expose students to acquire future skills in the areas of computation, coding, design thinking, digital literacy, ethical and moral reasoning, etc. Well, the new NAP promotes building of strong foundational skills right from the early childhood. Also, there is a new way of emphasizing new vocational education in the policy by integrating across secondary and higher education and developing a credit framework to offer vertical and horizontal mobility between vocational and higher education. Well, one of the stronger themes across the entire policy document is around quality improvement in the learning outcomes. A series of initiatives have been highlighted in the NAP around quality learning environment, using of ICT tools for training, experimental learning, improving the quality of faculty, among others. Well, recommendations of 3-tier institutional architecture in the higher education segment, like the research focus, teaching focus, and autonomous degree granting colleges with strong employability focus, which are the welcome steps from the sector standpoint. Educational institutions must plan to leverage these suggestions in the policy. It has rightly translated the learner's need by offering them increased flexibility in choosing subjects mapped to their aspirations. Further, multiple entry and multiple exit options points along the concept of academic credit band will ensure that continued learning. This will give academic flexibility and changes the angle and viewpoint and the vision of learning attributes too. The next focus area is around assessment is the reforms, a much awaited change. The NAP emphasizes upon the need for formative assessments, making the examinations less strenuous and thereby inducing a practice of self and peer review among the learners. And such kind of steps of creation, like the National Assessment Center for school level evaluation, allowing students to retake exams in the school year itself, and continuous assessment at higher education institutions with the shift to criteria-based grading system reflects the progressive nature and the promotion in the new education policy. The transformational dimensions highlighted in the policy are very well supported by the systemic changes that unfold the early child development, school and higher education segments, coupled with critical digital elements too. This has certainly created a need of perspective planning at the central as well as the state level to able to achieve the policy goals. Themes such as scaling, autonomy, accreditation reiterate the requirement of efficient usage of academic as well as non-academic resources. I mean to say the faculty, infrastructural capacity, digital mode of delivery, greater funding, etc., to be tuned for this very purpose. Therefore, the vision is to institutionalize the national level accreditation and standard setting bodies, which will drive quality and will focus on enhancing learning outcomes in their core. And at the same time, it will also instill the optimal amount of flexibility and autonomy in the overall administrative framework. Therefore, the NEP 2020 is expected to put India on the track to attain the goal for the 2030 agenda for sustainable development by ensuring inclusiveness, equitable quality of education, and promoting a lifelong learning opportunities for all in the next decade. Well, coming to the takeaways by the various stakeholders from the higher education sector, the NEP has outlined an ambitious task of nearly doubling the gross environmental ratio in higher education institutions, which is currently 26.3% in 2018 to 50% by 2030, while improving the quality of higher education institution and positioning India as a global educational hub. So to this end, the focus is on providing a flexible curriculum through an interdisciplinary approach, creating multiple exit options points in what we could be called as a 4-year UG program, catalyzing research, improving faculty support, and encouraging international education system too. One of the pandemic shift will be the setting of the Higher Educational Commission of India, which is called as HECA, for the entire higher education segment. This HECA will act as a single regulator and several functions, including accreditation, funding, academic standard setting, which will be carried out by individual verticals. And these entities will eventually replace other regulatory bodies like the UGC or the AICTE. Well, if you see the key highlights from the higher education point of view, number one is the integration of vocational education within higher education. At least 50% of learners have to expose themselves to vocational education by 2025. Next, the enhanced equity and inclusion. And next, it's a move towards multidisciplinary and integrated teacher education program and a 4-year B.Ed program and a 4-year integrated B.Ed to become a minimum qualification by 2030. And next, it's a greater institutional autonomy through independent board of governors, affiliating college system to be phased out. All standalone professional education institutions to become multidisciplinary by 2030. Yet another highlight is the conversion of existing standalone professional institution to multidisciplinary higher educational institutions by 2030. All higher education institutions to be made multidisciplinary with an increased student strength more than 3,000. Yet significant another point, key point here is a 3-tiered institutional architecture. That is, Tier 1 should be the research universities, Tier 2, the teaching universities, Tier 3, the autonomous colleges, and all colleges to be accredited and become autonomous degree granting colleges by 2030. And yet another is a focus on increasing scale of higher education institutions promoting multidisciplinary type of education. Well, reputed international universities to be encouraged to set up in Indian campuses, career progression pathways for faculty based on teaching, research, and service for the faculty and institutional leadership, flexible curricular structure that will offer multi-entry, multi-exit options to create new possibilities for lifelong learning, greater focus on online education and open distance learning, what we actually call now is as ODL, as a key means to improve access, equity, and inclusion, and National Research Foundation to coordinate research funding and direct it to outstanding peer-reviewed research, and further, single regulator for all the higher education, that separation of functional roles like National Higher Education Regulatory Authority, National Accreditation Agency, General Education Council, and Higher Education Grant Council. And with all this, a greater disclosure of information for public oversight and accountability. If you see all these things, we can easily figure out that the role of higher education as a stakeholder in taking forward NEP is very significant. Let me also speak on some key impact areas. One is quality universities and colleges through a large-scale consolidation. This move will have a significant importance on the volume of HES in the country. By reducing them to nearly 1/3, this will create a less fragmented higher education system in the country. This is the actual motive behind. However, it is worth noting that the average enrollment per college in India is currently stands around 693, while the policy aims to create a large HES with 3,000 plus enrollments. Furthermore, despite the long-held view that autonomy helps promote excellence, India has only 747 autonomous colleges out of its 39,000 colleges in India at the present. So this shows that there should be a large-scale consolidation in bringing more quality among higher education. Then focus on multidisciplinary education. The Indian higher education system is characterized by single disciplinary islands of excellence, such as IITs, IIMs, and IIMs. This move will result in a system heading towards creation of large multidisciplinary universities called MIRUs, multidisciplinary educational research universities, like those in US and UK, with increased focus on large number of specialized colleges to adopt multidisciplinary education. This move has already been done in Andhra Pradesh government. Even my university has also been selected as one of the MIRU, and we are going to make a lot of changes in the structure. And to begin with, we have selected few departments in different schools to convert themselves at MIRU, and later we will go step by step to make university at large as MIRU. The creation of MIRU, especially in aspirational districts, will provide access to quality education in diverse fields across all segments of the society. Yet another key impact area is the higher education system that is accessible and made inclusive. Enhanced equity and inclusion. This currently, the SEDs have poor gross enrollment ratio of all the enrolled students, as we discussed just now. Less than 10% have access to financial support. The establishment of the specialized educational zones in the areas of high SED population and a great role of private higher education institution in ensuring equity through scholarships and remedial intervention is likely to enhance the GER and graduation outcomes among this segment. Improving access and equity through open distance learning and like the ODL programs, around 40 lakh learners, in a total higher education institute enrollment in India are through ODL. This is likely to see a significant increase in the coming few years to help double this GER. So this is one way of making the education more accessible and inclusive, even maintaining the standards set up by the NEP. Well, yet another point here we need to discuss and share here is the quality and well incentivized faculty at the core of higher education transformation. To optimize the teaching loads of the faculty, with current faculty student ratio, FSR what we call, of 1.29 and taking 1:2 as a healthy ratio, a minimum of 5 lakh faculty members would need to be hired into the system, even at the current GER levels. This is very surprising. In addition to addressing the faculty shortage, the quality of faculty also need to be addressed. The quality related improvements suggested to the talent management system are also likely to impact the faculty motivation levels and in turn a gradation outcomes of the students. So catalyzing research, the National Research Foundation proposed by the NEP is likely to create a dedicated focus towards quality research, including widening the research funding by making it competitive, improving efficiency of funding processes and having more targeted approach to more funding research initiatives. And promoting excellence through internationalization is yet another key area where we have to mention here. It is very crucial for any knowledge economy to thrive in two-way exchange of thought across borders. Internalization reforms proposed by the NEP would lead to a greater attraction of international academia to participate in the Indian education system. Maintaining the standards is a big challenge here, welcoming the international academia. Also, this will result in India's heightened presence in the global higher education map by allowing both Indian HIIs to expand their footprint abroad as well as reputed foreign players to set up institutions in India. Collaborations with foreign universities by the HIIs will aid in integration of global skills in Indian curricula, thereby creating an international educational ecosystem in India for the Indian students and the faculty, which will really broaden the scope of making our education system truly international as well. The framing of new liberal legislative framework will form the basis of training and articulation agreements between foreign and Indian universities, and it will be very, very crucial to attract foreign investment in Indian education. Well, bringing in accountability and transparency as levers for improved governance is yet another area to touch upon. Improved governance, efficiency, accountability, and these are the measures such as, creation of single regulatory body and a suggestion to have a board of governors consisting of highly qualified and competent individuals is likely to improve governance and systemic efficiency. Existing in the higher education institutions are likely to have a lesser administrative burden in dealing with multiple regulators. A greater move towards transparency through public disclosure of academic and financial information will lead to increased deployment of data tracking, auditing, and information system, both at the state and institutional level, improving the overall accountability and putting the NEP at the real ground stake. Well, if you talk about the other stakeholders, the state government, the faculty, and the student have a greater role to do in this one. Particularly, industry and other service providers are also important stakeholders in this one, like the collaboration opportunity of the industry players in blockchain, artificial intelligence, predictive analytics, emphasis laid on monitoring and evaluation calls for the building of stronger data layers in technology solutions, potential for technology players and also these domains. Well, to conclude, this national education policy is a progressive policy and aims to address many growing developmental imperatives of our country. This NAP is expected to put India on track to attain goal 4 of 2030 agenda of sustainable development by ensuring inclusiveness and equitable quality education and promoting a lifelong learning opportunities for all in the next decade. Additionally, these initiatives are there to take shape at ground level. There is a need to support these initiatives with enough budget at all level, be it at state and also at the central government level. It is imperative to prioritize these initiatives and implement the NEP in a gradual manner. The policy proposes the revision and revamping of all the aspects of educational structure, including regulation and governance. It is only possible when the efforts are collaborative in nature, both at central and state level, with a significant involvement of private sector stakeholders in a close consultation with educational institutes, trainers, technology, partners, and also the industry. I wish all the participants of this today's seminar have better takeaways from this one, and all the very best as they try to reform and bring in curricular changes in their education system. Thank you so much. I thank Dr. Shailaja and the management for giving me this opportunity to share my views on the particular theme. Thank you one and all.
Thank you, ma'am, for your influential message. We are charmed by your insights. I would like to call upon Shri Vinod Anigeri, sir, Head of the Department, Computer Science, to introduce today's guest of honor for valedictory section. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, one and all. I would like to take this opportunity to introduce today's guest of honor, Dr. K. Nirmala Madam, Chairperson of the Department of Commerce, Bangalore University. With 3 decades of teaching experience in graduate and postgraduate courses, Madam has expertise in corporate banking, international exchanges, option trading, CAPM, risk and return, regional exchanges, and regulatory bodies. Dr. Nirmala Madam has presented numerous research papers in reputed national and international journals. She has also presented number of papers in the national and international conferences and won Best Paper Awards. To name a few: Erasmus University, Netherlands, Harvard University, USA, University of Ruhana, Sri Lanka, University of Tokyo, Japan, and Sunway University, Malaysia. Madam has delivered more than 100 lectures on derivatives, commodity markets, finance and banking topics at national and international institutions. She is also a visiting professor at Montclair University, USA, and University of Tokyo, Japan. She is also the member of national and international associations like Indian Commerce Association, Federation of Indian Exports, European Accounting Association, and European Finance Association, etc. Dr. Nirmala Madam has worked in various capacities at university and in the government of Karnataka like chairperson, custodian, chairperson for national and international conferences, and International Finance Conference at IIMB, etc. Madam has been a PhD adjudicator for various universities like Vellore Institute of Technology, Anna University, Aligarh Muslim University, Bharatiya University, Christ University, Reva University, and Shivaji University, Kolhapur, Maharashtra. Dr. Nirmala Madam has co-authored many books for UG and PG courses. Under her guidance, 11 research scholars have completed their PhD and 10 MPhil scholars have completed their MPhil degrees. Currently, Dr. Nirmala Madam is heading Department of Commerce at Bangalore University as the chairperson. Madam, please accept my heartfelt thanks for being part of this webinar as guest of honor. Thank you for this opportunity to introduce the guests at this webinar. Thank you.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you, sir. Today, we are privileged to have an opportunity to listen to Dr. K. Nirmala Madam, guest of honor. Ma'am, over to you.
Are you able to hear now? Is it clear?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Good afternoon, everybody. And firstly, let me thank the institution and very dynamic leader, Dr. Shailaja, principal of the institution, and all dynamic ladies and faculties of the institution for inviting me to be a guest of honor here. But after I just, in fact, even I had a webinar from Department of Commerce for 2 days, same day on commodity derivatives. So I was unable to attend your program. So I couldn't get much insight about it. Anyway, we have just joined it. Anyway, Honorable Secretary Ramesh Chandra Hongal and Sri T. N. Ravi Prakash from the Aurobindo Institution, and my session chief guest, Professor D. M. Mamta, who is the chief guest and registrar of Padmavati Mahila Vishwavidyalayam Tirupati, and all the speakers for 2 days session. Very, very excellent speakers are there to speak about and about the topic that is responsibility of stakeholders in the change scenario of education, that is NEP. A very good topic you have selected for the creating the awareness and then gaining knowledge to all the stakeholders. And in fact, I don't know, I not much I am able to tell because I've been hearing Professor Mamta. Mamta has covered everything that has to be spoken from all the sectors of the stakeholders. But I thought I'll just share my mind about this NEP policy and what exactly that institutions, and I'll just talk from the institution point of view, what exactly the institution and the students are supposed to do for this policy. In fact, last time when the NEP policy was framed, firstly, our Deputy CM gave us the assignment of making the syllabus. So I was also one of the members for the Master of Commerce syllabus and Master of Finance and Accounting, Master of International Business, and Master of Tourism Management. Now, for all these 4 courses, I was also one of the members there. And we did the syllabus for this. And I think just 10 days back, again, very seriously, they have taken to implement this national education policy. And a committee has been formed to implement the structure and the content and the ways to go about in this NEP policy for the institutions and the colleges. Of course, we have been hearing a lot. I'm not going to touch about all those things because from 2 days deliberations are going on. But what I felt about this NEP policy, I would like to share for the institutions and the students. Of course, it's a wonderful policy that they're coming out with the NEP policy. And they're having a 4 years of course and then 13 years of course and then exit and exit options are given. So, okay, if the student or somebody is unable to complete it, at least some degree he will take an or she will take and walk out. And of course, the most important thing that is emphasized in the NEP policy is the research. Okay, they want to make all the university as the research universities and give autonomy or give some kind of an initiative to the colleges to take over those kind of boundaries and those kind of rules and regulations to be implemented. I think this is a very good way the NEP policy is working. In this particular area I'm talking, I'm not going to touch upon other things because other things do have present positive and the negative things. So I would like to just touch on these things. I always thought, okay, whenever I'm this teaching profession for almost 3 decades, I always had in my mind when I visited Nalanda University, I said when Nalanda University, after I'm just talking about 5,000, 6,000 years back, it's when those universities existed in those days, Takshashila, Nalanda University, when all over the world people came over there. And when I went over there, the guide was explaining to me, even after that, I just took the book and I was just reading also regarding that. It was such a wonderful story about that Nalanda University. A gatekeeper stands over there, and when a person wants to enter, its first interview is taken by the gatekeeper. And the gate person, the guard who stands there, is such a highly qualified person in that Nalanda University. That's a story for the entry of that Nalanda University. So if these kind of education system existed, I'm telling years and centuries back in India, my big worry and my big question mark always was there in my mind is that why not we have that kind of an education system now also? Now, where there is a gap there, what is the problem? University existed. Now, when these kind of education institution existed, it is just a following of those concepts and following and the implementation of those concepts in the university systems or in the college system. Why is that our children, okay, why is that our society, once they finish the degree, only thing, the next step is immediately they think of going abroad. Nobody thinks of, okay, I should stay in India and do something. In India, can I do further studies? Nobody thinks. I have not seen any child you ask, first thing they say, what did you finish after your degree? Okay, I want to do masters in this country, they say. And all of them only think in direction and move in that direction. So my biggest question and the worry is that why is there no avenue in India? A second question is that we are not capable of then putting them into that higher grades and putting them to the higher levels of the education system. Second point. The third point is that, okay, what is our universities and colleges doing? What is our policy doing? As far as my knowledge goes, our policies are excellent. Absolutely not a problem. And today, if Nadella, if Sundara Pichai, all these people can become the CEOs of the global companies, okay? You know, when we visit all these countries, I think almost all of you have visited. When we go to US, they're dominated by those people. When you go to UK, okay, UK people dominate them. We don't get the positions, but when these people can go up to that level, okay, our education system is that. But the question is, okay, with all this introduction, where we are lacking is a big question mark. Okay. Now, I was just reading even Arthashastra. I mean, I was just reading this Arthashastra, Chanakya's Arthashastra. So he thought of introducing a subject called management of people in the Takshashila. Now, when things are going in those days with these kind of subjects, I'm just giving one example. Even taxation system, if you take it, it's excellent in Arthashastra. When these things existed, why not we bring that to our education system? What are we doing? Is it a problem of our people there or the government there, stakeholders? Stakeholders are we teachers there, students there, universities, colleges, government. Where is the lack there? Is there somewhere gap there where we can just bring out, okay, where we can link it? So the first thing is that what I would like to talk about is that now here research, of course, research is a very, very good, they want to make it a universities as a research universities. If universities can become a research university, okay, then the thought will arise with each and every individual and it will go on to the students also, what, when, why, where, and people definitely move in the right directions. And of course, NEP policy is coming out with all these things. But again, my biggest worry being in the university and seeing, I think my students are almost coming from the rural bottom of the pyramid. Bottom of the pyramid students come over there. Okay, my biggest worry is that how these people are going to take these kind of challenges and how colleges are going to take these kind of challenges. I'm sure, I think government and with these policies and with all the eminent educationists who are framing these policies should give us some kind of a framework and then bring out these things into a positive flow into the system. And all the education, whether NEP policy is there or NEP policy is not there, what I suggest, what I give my mind is that if all the institutions, if all the teachers can take some kind of initiative and move in the direction of research, move in the direction of implementation of what is the reality, that is the real-time concept of the market, okay, into the system, and then create an awareness for a student, okay, this system, these concepts, these flow or these subjects are existing. I'm sure, I think students, even if you are able to get at least 10 students and then make them a great Nobel laureates, or make them CEOs of a big companies, or make them one of the best in the organizations, I'm sure, I think they are able to achieve something into the education system. If we educationists or the universities, teachers, if can take up in this directions, all these things, and then work on this, and in fact, even the curriculum also, what is that we suggest? Even the curriculum should be changed as and when these things change in the market. What the market is asking, if we are able to implement it, if we are able to inculcate or imbibe into the system, and then bring out and create an awareness among the teachers, I'm sure, I think we will be able to achieve some kind of a percentage of the positiveness of the policies, or even to the students. And all the students, in fact, I just invited yesterday our horticulture director and Professor Srinivas Murthy, and I just told him, so you just give me something where our students and teachers are going to gain from you all. What is existing in India? We ourselves don't know what is still existing in India. Okay, this is what is happening. What policies are there? What public policies are there? I mean, not much of awareness is there. When COVID came and everybody were in shattered position, what policies exist and what the public policies were there, we were unaware of those things. If certain things can be brought, and in fact, Dr. Srinivas was just saying, so many avenues are there. When he was just presenting, so many avenues are there for the individuals to take over, and government also has given so many policies for the society to take over and then implement. Of course, hurdles are there in the process, but I'm sure, I think I'm just hearing that there's an incubation centers and then startup thing association there. If students can take up and then work towards it, I'm sure, I think there'll be a lot of success in the centers, and being an entrepreneur or being into the institution and giving this kind of an education. I'm sure, I think we'll definitely match with our NEP policy into the system. My only thing is that teachers, organization, universities, and colleges have to get educated, have to get awareness, have to get exposed to the reality of what is happening. If they get exposed, if they learn, I'm sure, I think they can just bring into the system to the students. If students are educated in that particular line in a positive directions, I'm sure, I think the students also will contribute to the future and then bring out our India as a great India. That's my always vision, a great India. Like what we had about Takshashila, Nalanda University, if we can bring those kind of universities, those kind of a system, those kind of a people, I'm sure, I think our children or our students or society will definitely have more number of Nobel laureates, more number of rankings in the global scenario. And today we are always worrying, okay, none of our universities are in the global standards there, except for few. Even IIMs you take, or you take IS, only those names will be again moving in the world directions. But what is the universities and the colleges are doing is always a question mark. So I think it is okay, policy is there. Apart from the policy, each individual should take an initiative to equip yourself to move in the direction, and then to learn and then pass it on to the students. I'm sure even to the students, if we start inculcating the research aspect of it, I think what I foresee is that there'll be a lot of positive directions in the movement, and then upgradation in the education system. With the, I think the national education system also is moving in this directions. If all these things can be taken and put into our system by the universities and the colleges and the teachers, I'm sure, I think we're going to achieve our goal. I'm not going to touch the policies and what I think Professor Mamta explained beautifully about the stakeholders and their role and everything. And of course, we have another major change that we're going to bring us interdisciplinary, very much is required. Today, we had hospitals, we had doctors, but the big question is, we failed, okay, in COVID treatment. Now, where is the failure there? Okay, there was no linkage there. Interdisciplinary, we didn't know what was the public policy there. We didn't know how to go about and how do I link it and where there is a management there. Okay, we talk about artificial intelligence. Okay, we talk about big data. When we talk about big data and artificial intelligence, we talk about, okay, technical people, engineers will do. Then what is the role of the management? even with artificial intelligence and big data, why is this COVID situation failed? Such a kiosk it was in the market with the system, with the technology. And we talk about Silicon Valley of Bangalore and all that, but still we failed. But where is our management and commerce students? Education has thrived to solve this problem. Okay, if subjects like this can be brought into the system, every time curriculum changes have to take place. When a curriculum is made, a stakeholder should be involved, and a vision and a mission should be thought of it and then brought it into the system. I think 100% success we can achieve it. And I'm sure if all this can be done by all the people, contribution should be from all the ends. None of our children will go outside country. They will stay back in our country itself and then definitely contribute to this society. With this, I'm not going to take a longer time because all of you have been talking about the NEP policy. I only wanted a research focus I always had in mind, research should be there. It should start from the undergraduate level. I think this policy implementation will bring, and even when we framed the syllabus, we have given a lot of choices. Like in each semester, we gave number of subjects, and then based on the place and the environment and the type of the facilities and the opportunities available, the universities and the colleges can choose. Now, that type of options also we had given in our framing of a syllabus. And I'm sure if it is implemented in this particular year, they want to implement it very seriously. Will take in a right manner, and all of us should work together and make it a great success. Of course, negative and then fall down will be there in many things. I think we have to do the recorrection and then move forward. And my only advice is that research have to be inculcated in the UG, and it has to move towards the PG and the PhD. That is your research level. And lot of opportunities are there in our India itself. And if everybody can take this opportunity and work towards it, I'm sure, I think success is always there with all the individuals. With this, I once again thank the Aurobindo institutions, the honorary secretaries, and our principal, Dr. Shailaja, who has invited me to speak few words and share my mind. In fact, I didn't want to touch about all these things. Only thing what I felt should be there in the universities and colleges, I've shared it. I thank you, madam, for giving this opportunity to speak. And I also thank Dr. Mamta for her excellent presentation on the NEP policies. I'm sure, I think we all will join together. We should have, it is all not individual, team. If all of us, Bangalore University, Bangalore, with all 250 colleges, stakeholders, all of you are the stakeholders. And if all of us can join together and bring out the wonders, I'm sure our Department of Commerce will go above Harvard University. Today we talk about Harvard University, Stanford, but nobody talks about my Bangalore University and Department of Commerce. I'm sure, I think if we can move in this direction, our Department of Commerce can upscale above this Harvard University or Stanford, whatever it is. And I'm sure, I think all the teachers will definitely move in this direction and join with the Department of Commerce and then work something and then implement into the system and get a success to the universities and to the policy and to the nation. Thank you very much for giving this opportunity once again. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am, for your enlightening speech and sharing your insights on Takshashila, Nalanda University, and motivating us to take up research and also on interdisciplinary aspects. I now request Shri Ramesh Chandra Hongal, sir, Honorable Joint Secretary, Rajesh Nagar Education Society, to deliver presidential speech. Sir, over to you.
Good afternoon, one and all present here. Respected Chief Guest, Professor D.M. Mamta ji, and Guest of Honor, Dr. Nirmala ji, Chairperson, Bangalore University. Sri Aurobindo College is a unit of Rajajinagar Education Society, accredited by NAAC with B+. The institution is permanently affiliated to Bangalore University with 2F and 2B recognition by UGC. The institution was established with a vision to develop Sri Aurobindo College as a quality education center. To prove this, we are very happy to say that the college has received gold medal for BCom in 2018, 4th rank in BCA in 2018, and 4th rank in MCom 2020, conducted by Bangalore University exams. At the outset, it's my duty to acknowledge all those who have played a major role in the success of these 2 days national webinar on responsibilities of stakeholders in the changed scenario of education, National Education Policy, conducted by our esteemed institution. I would also like to acknowledge the contribution of Chief Guest of Inauguration, Dr. C.S. Ashwathanarayana, Deputy Chief Minister and Honorable Higher Education Minister, Government of Karnataka. Dr. J. Madegowda, Keynote Speaker, Chief Guest of Valedictory, Professor D.M. Mamta, and Chief Guest of Honor, Dr. Nirmala, and different resource persons and moderators of 4 different technical sessions. The topic which has been selected by the organizers of Sri Aurobindo College is very interesting and appropriate and need of the hour to discuss and analyze the policy. NEP, launched in 2020, is a landmark document for the educational community to understand, absorb, and implement in its principle and practice. The new National Education Policy, I am sure, will address all the lacunae and shortcomings of the earlier education policies. I hope this webinar has enriched the importance of National Education Policy to its stakeholders, which will create awareness on National Education Policy, which aims at the holistic development of the students in the need of hour. I appreciate the efforts of Dr. Shailaja M. and her team for their meticulous planning and its implementation towards the success of this webinar. Thank you, one and all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for delivering the presidential address. As we come to the close of valedictory session, I invite Srimati Saujanya, Lecturer, Department of Commerce, to propose vote of thanks. Ma'am.
Thank you, Shweta ma'am. Very good afternoon to one and all. Honorable Chief Guest, respected guest of honor, dignitaries, principal, participants, and my dear students. It's an honor to express gratitude to everyone present in this valedictory event of 2 days national webinar. The most valued Honorable Chief Guest, Professor D.M. Mamta, Registrar, Sri Padmavati Mahila Vishwavidyalayam, Tirupati, who spent her busiest time gracing the occasion. Today, we had the opportunity to hear your thoughts, and this is definitely encouraging us in future. Thank you, ma'am. In addition, we are grateful to today's guest of honor, Dr. K. Nirmala, Chairperson, Department of Commerce, Bangalore University. Your thoughts have enlightened our minds and shown us a new path. Thank you, ma'am. I would also like to thank Dr. Tyagarajan sir and Professor Ashutosh David sir for their valuable contribution in business idea generation and encouraging faculty and student participants as well. Once again, I would like to say that we have learned a great deal and are very much indebted to all the speakers, moderators, resource persons, governing council members on this forum who have discussed the future of new national education policy. We thank you all for that interesting and highly informative speech and sharing your views. My heartfelt thanks to special invitees of this occasion, including the members of management, Shri H.K. Rajpurohit sir, Honorable Chairman, RES, Shri T.N. Ravi Prakash sir, Honorable Secretary, Shri Ramesh Chandra Hongal sir, Honorable Joint Secretary, Shri Guraj Deshpande sir, Honorable Treasurer, Shri Srinivas Rajpurohit sir, Honorable Member Academics, RES. A special mention next is my sincere thanks to the one being catalyst that inspired us to do our best and whose legacy will be remembered fondly. With deep sense of appreciation, we thank our beloved principal, Dr. M. Shailaja. Thank you, ma'am. Our sincere gratitude goes out to all the participants. Thank you very much for your valuable time and patience and for joining this event. Fortunate to be supported by a very active and dedicated team of our institution, people who work behind the scene to execute this event successfully. Not waiting much, I must mention my heartfelt thanks to all staff, teaching, non-teaching, technical team, student coordinators, and volunteers as well. We are extremely privileged to have you all here today. Once again, thank you one and all. Have a nice day.
Thank you, Saujanya.
Thank you, Saujanya ma'am. Dear participants, there's a small announcement. Feedback link has been shared in Zoom chat box. Kindly make a use of it. Ladies and gentlemen, I now request you all to raise for national anthem.
Thanks, everybody. Thank you.